What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to the channel and welcome to another amazing project-based tutorial. Today, I prepared for you something very special. In this video, we're going to build together an amazing podcasting application where you can browse, consume, and listen to your favorite podcasts. So, what you see here on the screen is not Apple Podcast, even though it looks a lot like it. This is the application that you are going to build by following today's video. So here on the home screen, we can see popular podcasts, we can browse them, we can open them, we can see the list. We can go ahead and open the player and listen to these podcasts. We can download them locally on the device, and then we can go into our library, into downloads, and from here play them even when we are offline. Besides that, we can also go ahead and search for specific podcasts, like, I don't know, Not Just Podcast, which you can find here. So this is the application that you're going to build by the end. This is all real data. We are using Podcast Index to fetch the information about these podcasts. And when it comes to the architecture, we're going to use React Native with Expo SDK55. This is the newest SDK that was launched a couple of weeks ago. And as you can see, we are actually using a lot of new stuff coming in Expo SDK55. Here I'm talking about like this mini player that you can see here. This is something new, and I'm going to show you exactly how you can implement it in your applications. What else we are using? We are implementing Clerk for the user authentication and authorization. So if we go back to our demo, we can see that we are authenticated with an account. I can go ahead and sign out. I can go ahead and create a new account, sign in, and do everything when it comes to the user management using Clerk. And by the way, Clerk is the sponsor of today's video, so thank you very much, Clerk, for making this possible. If you don't know about Clerk, this is an amazing platform where you can integrate and implement authentication, authorization, and everything when it comes to user management. Using Clerk, like, you will save so much time because you're not going to implement it yourself. Nowadays, it's really not that smart to implement authentication yourself because there are a lot of edge cases that with a tool like Clerk, you are ready to get up and going really fast and focus on what matters most. I'm launching my own applications on the market right now, and I can tell you that you'd better focus on the features of your application, on the main benefit that your application is bringing to the market, rather than on the authentication and things like that. So go ahead, get started with Clerk today, and I'm going to show you exactly how easy it is to integrate Clerk in your application. And by the way, use the link in the description below. That helps our channel a lot, because without partners like Clerk, doing free education like this is quite challenging. So thank you very much, Clerk, for making this possible, and thank you for using our link and registering, creating your Clerk account. So this is most of the important parts of our tech stack. As I was saying, we're going to use Podcast Index to fetch the data. And by building this project, this is an amazing opportunity to learn a lot of things, but most importantly is how to take an idea from zero until it's ready to be published on the market. You're going to learn how to work with Expo router, to implement multi-screen navigations, how to use the most cutting-edge tech coming in Expo SDK55 and Expo router to build truly native UI experiences, how you can fetch data from an API using a very scalable system together with Tanstack Query to make sure that you're doing this optimally, you're caching everything locally, then how to implement authentication with Clerk, how to manage the whole lifecycle of your application, and also, very important in 2026, you're also going to learn how to use some AI coding tools. We're not going to vibe code this in a way that we're going to only do prompt engineering. What we're going to do is from time to time, we're going to fall back, take a step back and use AI to generate some components. But most of the things we're going to do it together in order for me to explain you why everything has to be done in a particular way, so that you not only build this application, but you learn and you can apply the same principles in your projects, in your applications. Because nowadays building is really easy, but building something that is of a good quality, that will scale, that is correctly architected, is getting not harder, but it's very unique skill that not a lot of developers nowadays have. So in today's video, today's tutorial, my goal is to help you get to that level where you can feel comfortable taking an idea, taking a project and building it to the end and knowing how everything integrates together. So without further ado, let's go ahead, run the intro. I'll take a breath and we will get right into the coding part. Okay, so one more thing. Before we jump into, I prepare for you a guide that is going to help you a lot following along. It will contain like all the commands. So instead of you watching and trying to see what I'm typing, you're going to be able to copy paste some of these configurations, some of these installations, the links, everything that you will need in this build is in this guide. To access it, just simply go ahead in the description of today's video on YouTube, and here is the get the step-by-step guide. If you're going to open by leaving your email, you're going to receive the link, so you have it on your email. You can always access it easily, and after that you're going to get and open this guide. So once again, I will paste it also here to get the guide. And meanwhile, you can use our link to sign up for Cleric, because in a second we're going to set up and configure Cleric as well. Okay, perfect. Hello everyone who is joining us live. How are you doing, guys? Let's go ahead and get started by initializing a new Expo project. For that, we're going to use the Create Expo application. You can already start following the guide. I'll try to do that from memory and comment it every single step. So let me go here. I'll open a new terminal. I will zoom in so you can see it as well. And I will navigate to my projects here. So to initialize a new project, we are using the Create Expo app tool. We are using @latest to take the latest version of this tool. And let's call this podcast mobile. That would be most of the things. You can press enter, but don't do that yet because we're going to select a template. And usually I like to start with a blank TypeScript template and explain you how to install other things, because our templates sometimes are too bloated. So starting from scratch and only adding things that we need. I'll also add SDK55. You might not need to add this. I'll press enter. This is only during this week when SDK or Expo SDK is going from 54 to 55. You need this one here. But if you're going to add it, it's not going to break anything, so you can safely add it. And in a second, I'm going to just show you where we can look at the version that you are using for your Expo. If you're watching this later, when you have Expo SDK 56, 57, 58, and so on, most probably a lot of these things are still going to work. And I'm going to always point you towards documentations where you can see what has changed and how you can adjust to the new way of building. So here, after we have our project ready, we're going to open it with an editor. I'm going to open it with Cursor. If you're using VS Code or any other editor, you can use them. just simply open Visual Studio Code and open the folder that has just been generated. Even though I'm using Cursor as an editor, I'm mostly, when it comes to the AI coding, I'm mostly falling back to using Claude Code, but Cursor is just here for me to work with IntelliSense, like auto completions and so on. So I'm not using very much like Cursor specific features. Anyway, here in package.json, we're going to see that we are using Expo version 55. That's good. Let's open the terminal and let's run npm start. This will start the development server. And in a second, you should see this QR code. The easiest way to run an Expo application is to simply download the Expo Go application from the market. It's available both on iOS and on Android. And then scan this QR code and you're going to have the application running in your hand. In my case, I'm going to press I to open it on iOS simulator. This is going to install the Expo Go application. So as you can see, like I'm using here Expo Go. It's called Expo Go. And it's going to load our application, which looks very basic like this right now. Later on, we're also going to test on Android. This application is going to work both on iOS and Android with some minor changes in how the UI is going to look like. So if something looks in a specific way on iOS and it doesn't look the same on Android, in a lot of cases, that's what is actually expected because React Native is using native components, native primitives, native navigations, and so on. And these native components are different on iOS and Android. So that's why there is going to be a slight difference, but that's good because that's how you become native to the platform, native on iOS and Android. Perfect. Let's go ahead and see what's the next step. Some configurations, I can do them now, not to do them later. For example, I will start by creating a folder and I will call it source, src. That's where all my source code is going to go into. Then in the tsconfig, I'm going to go ahead and add the following paths configuration. After strict, I will say add these paths. What that means is it's basically a shortcut. Whenever I will say import from it's going to look into the source folder. Or if I will say import from assets, it's going to look into the assets. Later on, it's going to help us easier import files in our application. Perfect. Moving on, I have here like the full command with all the packages that we will need today. At this moment, I'm not going to run it yet, but at some point in the tutorial, I might just install everything because we are going to have to build our native project when we are going to get out of Expo Go. But for now, I'm going to move to the next step. And the next step is to install and set up some skills. What are skills? This is something new, like in our days, when we are using a lot the AI to build and to help us build our applications. In order to benefit the most out of these AI coding tools like Claude Code or Cursor or any other LLM that you are using for code generation you're using, in order to improve that workflow, adding some skills in your project will help it do exactly what you want to do. And for more information, you can go, for example, into the skills.sh, which is a library with a lot of skills. You can go on the homepage and see like what kind of skills there are. But what we are going to do is we're going to use a couple of skills that has been built and supported by the Expo team. So by running npx skills add expo/skills, we're going to see a list of skills that are supported and that are built and supported by Expo. So we're going to scroll and press space to the one that we are interested in. The building native UI is important. It instructs the LLM how to build native UI. What does it mean and what tools and what components there are. API routes is important if implementing API routes. For us, we are not. I'm going to go to maybe Tailwind setup. I'm still not sure if we're going to use Tailwind or pure style sheets. And I'm also going to go ahead and add the native data fetching. Whenever you have to fetch data from the internet, having these skills will improve how the LLM is going to generate code for that. So let's press enter. Here I'm going to choose Claude, or you can choose the other LLM that you are using. I'm going to use project and symlink like this. Proceed with installation. So what that did is it added the agents folder with some skills, and these skills are simple MD files, instructions on how to do things. You can look through them and see where you can also build your own skills for your specific project, for example, or for your workflows. Now I'm going to go ahead and do git add, git commit -m, added skills, and perfect. Maybe I'm also going to later I'm going to upload everything to GitHub, so you're also going to have access to it. Okie dokie. What's next? What's next? The next step is Expo router. Now we have one application. It's basically one file. It's the app.tsx. Here, if you're going to change something to hello world, and assuming that you have a terminal that is running your application where you ran npm start, if everything is good, you're going to see the text that you change here right away in the application. But whenever, like most of application needs navigation, they have multiple screens and we need to navigate from one screen to another. In that case, we're going to use Expo router, a file-based navigation system for React Native and Expo application. And let's go ahead and start installing it, and I'm going to explain how to use it, because most probably you already have experience with it or at least heard about it, because it's the most popular navigation library for Expo projects. Just open the documentation. Let's go to the install Expo router, and let's start by running this, copying this command, opening the terminal in a separate terminal where we can, for example, here, I'm going to paste the npx expo install command. It will install Expo router and a couple of peer dependencies. The next important step is in package.json to change the main entry to Expo router/entry. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go into package.json, and this main is going to be changed to Expo router.entry, which means that before it was index. That means that this index, we no longer need it. So we can go ahead and safely delete it. Going back, in app.json, we're going to at least add the schema. So in app.json, somewhere here at the top, let's add a new property called schema. And let's say that it's going to be not just podcast. This schema is used for the deep linking. So a link to our application is going to start with not just podcast. Use any other schema for your project if you need. We can also install for the web. I'm not sure if we're going to do web, but at least we can install and have it ready. So by simply installing React Native Web and React DOM, and then changing the web bundler to Metro, which I think it is in app.json, web bundler Metro. I think this is by default, but anyway, we're going to follow the documentation. And this one is definitely there. Path aliases, we already have done that. That's it. Now we can go ahead and in the terminal where we have our npm start, I'm going to press Ctrl+C to stop the server. And I'm going to do npm start -- clear to clear the cache and restart our server. Now I'm going to press R to reload the application. And in a second, we should see that the entry point, like a different screen, if Expo router has been installed correctly. And indeed, we have this. We see this because, as I was saying, Expo router is a file-based navigation system. It looks in a specific folder, in this case, the app directory, and the files that you have there will become screens. The thing is that we don't have yet the app directory. Let's go ahead and in the source, create the app directory, and there we can create the index.tsx. This index will become the home screen, will become our slash page. Here I will go into app.tsx and I will copy everything from here and move it in the index. Now we no longer need the app.tsx as well, so we can safely delete it. Now, by pressing R to reload the application in the terminal, we're going to see that require the schema in the project. Yeah, but we have that schema. Did I, do I have a typo? Scheme. Oh, it's scheme. Sorry. It's like this. Now I can restart with clear. And I can do reload. Now we should see back the hello world. Yes, we see the hello world, but now this is managed by Expo router, meaning that this is the home screen of our application. Perfect. For example, if I'm going to duplicate the index into another screen called about, and I will say here about screen, I can go into the index, which is the home screen. I can use a link component that we will import from Expo router here. And we can link to say, go to about screen. And in the link, I can say href, which is very similar to how the links are working on the web. And the path where we want to redirect is /about, because our file is called about. That's why we have /about here. So now, if I will reload the application, come on, loading project. I have here go to about screen. If I press on this, I see about screen. There is no way to go back right now, but that's what we're going to handle in a second. But as you can see, we're able to navigate from one screen to another. We're able to basically create multiple screens by creating simple files in the app folder, and Expo router took care of everything. Now, if you want a proper navigator system with animations and so on, what we're going to do is we're going to create a very special file called _layout.tsx. And here I'm going to say export default function root stack. Return. And what we are going to return here is a component that we're going to import is the stack navigator that we import from Expo router. And if I will render here stack, right away, you're going to see a couple of things. First of all, you're going to see a header at the top. Then, when I'm going to navigate from one screen to another, the navigation is going to happen with a nice animation. Also, we're going to have a back button at the top. So everything that we see here when it comes to navigation, it's coming from a stack navigator. A stack navigator is a native component implemented on the system, and you might be familiar with by using our application, you saw this kind of components. And by the way, on Android, some of these things will look a bit different because they are native, as I was saying. For example, the back button is very specific to iOS. On Android, it's going to be different. The title on Android will be aligned to the left and so on. But that's good. That's what you want when building cross-platform applications. You want to share some of the stuff, but the native parts should look and feel native. Perfect. So this layout is the component that wraps around all the screens in a folder. And by wrapping around, we can, one, define like what kind of navigators we want to use there. For example, we might change it to a tabs by simply importing tabs and putting here tabs. And now we have 2 tabs. But besides the navigator, we also will use it for shared logic. And specifically, the root layout is a very important file because it's going to be mounted first, and it's going to be mounted no matter on what screen we're going to be on. So that means that this is a place where we're going to put a lot of our global providers. Because as I was saying, layout is the root layout is going to be mounted no matter on what screen we are. First is going to be mounted this, and then like other layouts and so on. Anyway, let's go ahead and say git add git commit -m install Expo router, and yeah, that's it. Perfect. Guys, I will need your help deciding. Yeah, I'm going to do that in a second. But first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up some tabs. I already showed you how we can do that, but now I'm going to copy this prompt that tells an LLM to set up this structure. And I'm going to go ahead and open Claude. And you can do that either by, I will paste there like the output, either by manually setting everything up, I'm going to show you what it does, or by using some other code Claude or some other coding AI like Cursor, Chat, and so on. So here I'm going to paste the prompt to implement the boilerplate for the native tabs in the app/tabs folder to use Expo router unstable tabs navigation. At this moment, like it's unstable, like later you might have to adjust this if this becomes stable, because at the moment of recording this, if we're looking at the documentation, I'm looking for using this kind of native tabs with Glass UI on iOS. So they are currently imported from this unstable. So in the prompt, I'm actually giving this link to the AI so it can fetch it and understand how to use it. So what I was saying is, I want to know your opinion. Do you want me to style this application with bare like style sheet, or to use native wind? And I'm going to go ahead and do a poll. Because I prepared this with native wind, but it's really like, especially if we're going to use some AI to style and design things, okay, like for me, it doesn't really matter like if we're going to use tailwind or native wind or style sheet. The only disadvantage with tailwind is that we have to install it, and that's it. So what do we see here? What do we see here? Okay, it says that it's done, and we have a tabs folder. What I'm going to do is actually I'm going to delete this index folder, a file, and maybe also the about file. This way, the tabs is going to become the first route that our project is going to show. If I'm going to go to reload, it says unmatched. It should go here, like it should work. I'll start with a clear to reload it, because even like it expects us to have an index file, because that would be the home screen. But if it's not there, it should look for the first index, and the first index would be in the tabs in the home. So if I do reload, Expo Go, Podcast Mobile. It doesn't want. So I'm going to go ahead, go back to bringing in the index. And the easiest way is to return, like if you don't want to have this page, but if you need to, you can return a redirect component that you import from Expo router. And you redirect to the href tabs/home. And if I do that, reload, then it should go here, and then it should go to the tabs. Cannot read property screen of undefined. Let's see what it did in the layout. I see that it imported tabs from Expo router unstable tabs. Maybe it's not correct. I will look into the docs. And yeah, it's not always correct. So it's not tabs, but it's native tabs. So I'm going to do that. It didn't work properly. No, I really don't like it because, and I will tell it. Maybe it's going to check again the docs of native tabs and use native tabs from Expo SDK55. And I will give it documentations again, because as you can see in the documentation, it should use native tabs.trigger.label.icon, but I didn't do it here. So maybe I didn't check like what model I'm using. %% for the native wind. I'm going to keep the poll a bit longer, and then we can decide. Yeah, telling it what it did wrong, and that's where your experience matters, because you are going to be the one who will notice when the AI will hallucinate, when it's going to do mistakes and so on. So that's why it's important for you to know what's going on and how to fix stuff, and use AI just as a way to speed up your development. Now what we have is 3 tabs, and we actually have them: home, new, and library. These tabs are rendered in this tabs folder. We put it in through open parentheses because the folder is just to group things together. We don't want this to appear in our URLs. So on a mobile, like, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but when targeting web, like, this makes a lot of sense, because you don't want to see tabs in the URL. You want to see /home. And you can do that in the index. Navigating to the tabs/home is optional. It's more specific, because you can simply navigate to /home, omitting the folders that have parentheses, and it's still going to work. But I don't want to get into that many details. I just wanted to explain this little one. Here in the layout is where we are setting up the native tabs. It has the home, it has the new, and it has the library. And I'm pretty sure you're wondering how is this going to look on Android. We're going to test that together. I'm going to set it up to launch on Android. And in a second, we're going to see it, if my computer is going to hold up everything. I'm going to pause a couple of things, or maybe even quit. Okay, here it is. So as you can see, on Android, these native tabs also work, but they are not looking the similar way as on iOS, because on Android, these are the native tabs, and this is how they look. My system is very slow, especially like on Android, but you saw the point. I'm going to bring it back like, come on, it's doing a restart probably. Anyway, another thing is that all the tabs themselves, they are subfolders because we wanted each of them to have like a title, a large title, and maybe later we'll have other screens. For example, in the home, we might have the home itself, but also the details of a podcast. I'm going to show that a bit later when it will make sense. But you can navigate and see we have home, a simple layout with title, home, and header large true, and the index is a simple view that says home. And the same thing for library and for the new. Here are the screens. You can have a look. If your AI didn't work properly, you can have a look at how it was set up for me. Later, another way that can help you follow along this tutorial is I'm going to commit at every single step. For example, here I'm going to say set up native tabs. I'm going to go ahead and already create the GitHub. Podcast app, public. And I'm going to push my changes, git push origin main. And having this, I'm going to give you the URL. I'll put it in the guide here. Having this, I highly encourage you to go to the commits here, and you're going to see exactly all the commits that we are doing in this live stream. So every time something is not working for you, you can go to the specific commit where we set this up. For example, the skills didn't work or installing Expo router didn't work. You're going to open this commit. You're going to see exactly what I changed. I changed this, I changed that. I have this index, which was deleted. I added this layout, and you can copy paste it in your project and so on. So this is a short tip that can help you a lot using this tutorial the best in your best interest. So I'm always going to commit often, so you're going to see like small changes there in the GitHub. Perfect. What's next? The next step for us is to implement authentication. So if we go into the guide, the next step is authentication. And for that, we're going to use Cleric. We're going to use Cleric to allow users to create an account, to sign in, to manage their account, and we're going to protect our application from people who are not signed in. This is a super important concept and topic in mobile development where you have protected screens. You want to protect them by making sure that the users are creating an account first. And that's why we're going to use Cleric today. And you're going to see how easy it is to implement all of this stuff in our project. So go ahead and use our link or just press on this one. And it's going to redirect you to the authentication for Expo. With a couple of hooks, we're going to have everything set up. So go ahead and create an account. It's free. Their free tier is very generous. And after you create a new account, go ahead and create an application. Give it a name, podcast app. You can enable email, Google, and for example, Apple. Create application. and here choose Expo. Make sure that native application is set up. You just can press on the settings, for example, or just press on this link, but it should be enabled automatically. You don't have to do anything. And the next step is to install Clerk Expo and Expo Secure Store. Let's go ahead and copy this command. And in our project, I'm going to go ahead and say npm install Clerk Expo and Expo Secure Store. We see some version conflicts coming from I don't know from where, but the solution to this kind of problems is to use -- legacy peer deps, or even in some cases, in order for me not to write this always, I'm creating a new file in the root folder called npm rc, and I add here legacy peer deps equal true. And then I'm not going to have this error anymore. Perfect. It was added, which means that the next step would be to create the .env variable and to copy this the key from here. It's going to contain your key already because it was filled in by Clerk. So I'm going to create this .env file, and I'm going to paste here the Expo public Clerk publishable key. Make sure that your env file is inside gitignore. So is it? I can check that by doing git status and seeing like that if it's with red, that means that we need to add it here in gitignore so that Git does not track it. We don't want the .env file to get on our GitHub, for example. Perfect. Let's go back. The next step is going to be to set up Clerk in our layout. Why in the layout? Well, because as I was saying before, the layout is where we set up global providers. So let's copy all of these lines. Go into our source, application, _layout, and here at the top, let's import Clerk provider, token cache, slot, we don't need it. Then we have publishable key. And the last step is to use Clerk provider by wrapping it around our stack. That's important. We need it here. So I'm going to do it like this. Clerk provider, we give there the publishable key, and then the token cache. The token cache will help us store this information, store the tokens locally. We already see that we also need another package called Expo Browser, and I'm going to copy the name, and in a terminal I'm going to say npx expo install Expo web browser. And here it is. Everything is working fine. Going to go back here for a second. And long story short, I want to refactor this a little bit. I want to separate global providers from the global stack. Later, it's going to make sense, but for now, just follow my advice. I'm going to create, instead of exporting this root layout, no, I'm going to keep this root layout here, but I'm going to add a new component called root stack, a return, and the root stack I'll bring the stack here. Now in the root layout, I will simply render the root stack. So this is the root layout. All the global providers we're going to put here. And this is root stack. Everything related to screens, to navigation happens here. Later, you can even extract the root layout in these global providers in a separate file, because when application grows, like, you're going to have a lot of global providers. For now, I'm going to leave it here. But the thing is that with this setup, in the root stack, we already can have access to the data that we are exposing in the providers. And the data that we are exposing is, for example, the use of from Clerk Expo. This is a hook imported from Clerk Expo that is going to contain information about the user, if it's loaded, if it's signed in, and so on. What can we do with that? First of all, we are checking, like, if the information about the user is not loaded yet, simply return null, or an activity indicator, or like something like that. However, if we know whether the user is signed in or not, that's the moment where we can protect the screens. What do I mean by that? In the past, it was a bit different, and in the documentation, you're going to see it implemented with redirects. But Expo Router introduced protected routes, and we can do that directly on the stack. And it's much more nicer approach, because everything stays in one place. We don't have to do it in multiple places. So what do I mean by that? Well, we want the user to have access to the tabs only if he is signed in. For that, I'm going to wrap a stack.protected around my screens that I want to protect, and I will provide to the protected a guard, and the guard will be the conditional logic when should we allow the user here. So we are going to allow to the tabs only when the user is signed in. And right away, you can see that we don't have access to the tabs, even if we do that with, I don't know, with deep links and so on. It's always going to be protected by this guard. And this guard is saying, like, it's not signed in, you don't have access here. Perfect. We're also going to have other screens at the same time that are protected by another guard saying that, hey, if you are not signed in, you should be probably redirected, not redirected, but you should have access only to the screens that we're going to put in a folder called off. Does it make sense? Let's go ahead in our application and create this folder called off. This folder is going to have 3 files. The sign-in screen is going to have the sign up screen, and it's going to also have the underscore layout.tsx that is going to be simple export default function of layout. That is going to simply be a stack navigator saying stack, and that's it. So what does that mean? That means that the sign in and sign up screen are going to be inside the stack navigator, being able to move back and forth from one to another. Now, when it comes to sign in and sign up pages, and as you can see, we at the top already see the off page, the off group. The last step in our case is to go back to the documentation and bring, you can either develop this yourself, or we can copy the code from the documentation, from Clerk, for the sign up first. Let's go to the sign up and paste everything. And the only thing is that theme text and theme view, we don't have them because we started Expo with a blank template. So the easiest way is to say, to comment them out and to say const themed text equal to a normal text imported from React Native. and const themed view is equal to a normal view. Another approach would be to actually go ahead and replace everything here from theme text to text, but I'm going to simplify it, like to do as little changes as possible by doing it here. Okay, and let's do the same for the sign in. So for the sign in, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to move them here, and I'm going to explain in a second like the important parts, like what's going on here. In the sign in, we also have to do the same. I will copy from the sign up these 2 lines. And I make sure to import text from React Native. That's it. Now if I reload, in the index, this is the index, and it's trying to redirect home. Well, in our layout, because we didn't put the index in any protected screens, it's going to be automatically there at the top, even if we didn't specify it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put it maybe below stack dot protected, not stack dot screen name index. Actually, probably it would be better to put it here in the signed in together with the tabs. Or if you have there like a welcome screen with welcome and then a button like get started, like you could put it outside the protected. For me, it makes more sense now to put it there. Anyway, here is our sign in screen that we just developed. What I'm going to do is in the root layout, where we have a stack screen off, I'm going to use the options and I'm going to say header shown false, and that will get rid of one of the headers at the top, because we don't need that off header. Sign in is good. If you want to adjust the header for the sign in, now we need to go into the off layout, and here you're going to expand this stack by saying stack.screen, by providing a name, for example, sign in. The name should match exactly the name of the file. And the options can be title, sign in. And the same thing we can do for the sign up. That's it. Now the headers look nicer. All right, so the reason I don't have an account sign up, if I press this one, I'm navigating to the sign up page. Here, I can go ahead and write already, start creating an account. notjust.dev. If you write like a password like 123, 123, 123, Clerk is smart enough to look into databases of online data breaches to prevent users from using this kind of very easy passwords. So I don't know what kind of password should I use. I'll use the same as my email, but that's also not possible. Oh no, it's possible. And then we're going to receive a verification code. I'm going to go ahead, my Gmail, and look at this. We have a nice email with the name of our project and with a verification code. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna go back and I'm going to verify my account. As soon as I do that, we're going to be redirected to the home screen. Why? Where did we say redirect? We never said redirect. That happened all in the root layout with this stack.protected. Because at one point, is signed in provided by Clerk became true. And being true, we no longer have access to the authentication screens, but we have access to the tab screen. So it's simply going to be replaced with a tab screen. And if I reload, I'm gonna go back to the tabs because Clerk Provider has a token cache, meaning that it's going to keep that token there in the cache, even after you open and close the application. And let's quickly have a look at because that's it. Like that's the whole how easy it was to implement authentication in our project. If you go back to your Clerk dashboard, under users, you're going to see the users here. And later you can configure other providers, such as sign up with Apple, with Google, and a lot of other providers, with phone number, with username, with passwords, and so on. With Apple, Google, you can add even like other social networks. It's a lot, like it's everything you would ever need. No matter like if your project is small, big, enterprise, startup, like that's where you go if you need authentication. The sign-in page is, we have a state for our email and password. And when we press the button submit, what it's doing is calling the sign-in function from the useSign-in hook. As simple as that. Then it checks if there are errors, it shows the errors. If the sign-in status is complete, then it calls the sign-in finalize to make sure that it's going to redirect to the correct like URL. But that should be only like on the web. There are some other cases when sign-in like needs second factor authentication. If, for example, you're signing in from a different account, Clerk is going to be smart enough to detect that. So it will send you a code on your email and you're going to verify it as well. There are documentations for that as well. Or if it needs to trust the client and so on. So that's it. That's the whole thing. Here are just simply some components to display the inputs. For the sign up, also we're importing sign up from useSignup. When we press submit, we are calling sign up with a password. We are sending the email and the password. We are sending also the verification code to email, and then it's going to show the verification input. After you do that, we call verify email, and if everything is good, if the sign up status is complete, then it will finalize everything. If not, it's going to show the error on the screen. So that is git add, git commit -m, authentication using Clerk. What I'm going to do now as well is I'm going to tell Claude, I will say, hey, you don't need to say hey, but add the profile page in the root stack inside protected. That will show the user avatar, name, and the sign out button. Presentation mode, model, I think so. So I wanted a page that will show the profile from where I can sign out. And I told Claude to do that for me. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that, but one of the coolest things about Clerk on the web is that they are providing Clerk. They are providing pre-built components. So you just render the sign-in component, and everything is that you see here is pre-built and managed by Clerk. On the mobile, this has been missing for a very long time, so that's why we had to do it a bit manually, meaning like we need to render the UI manually, but everything else is again like managed by Clerk. That's going to change soon. Again, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but keep an eye because it's going to get even easier to integrate and render authentication screens. Let's see if our profile has been, it has been registered. I want to navigate there from the header right of the home screen. So in the home screen, I want here an icon in the right part of the screen that will open the profile page. Okay, here we have an icon. I can open, I see my avatar, I see my email, and I can go ahead and sign out. And that is going to bring us back to the sign in page, from where I can do my email and password, and I will be back here. And this avatar is actually coming from Clerk, and you can manage and update it from your application, from your code. Perfect. Now we have everything, and when it comes to changes here for the profile page, it added what? A profile in source app profile.tsx that renders this profile page. It has a button for the sign out, and the sign out is simply use of sign out. And then it put this profile inside the root layout. Also, besides the tabs in the e-signed in. So only signed in users should be able to see their profile. Then in the layout of our home screen, it added here in the options a header right. And this header right is rendering a link that opens the /profile. And by the way, this profile also has the presentation model that makes it look like this on iOS. On Android, there is no such thing as presentation model, so it's going to default to what Android does best, like normal navigation. But it's still going to work. Yeah, I'm going to check it a bit later. Okay, perfect. For now, I will go ahead and do git add, git commit -m, profile page, git push origin main. Authentication is done. We can move on to the next step. You saw how easy it was to implement authentication in our project. Thank you, Clerk, for that. The next step is going to be the podcast index. We are already going to go ahead and start fetching data about podcasts. Before I do that, let me quickly open up a window because I have here a CO2 monitor. And I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's crazy. It's almost 3,000, and the norm is like below 1,000. So in order not to die, I'm going to open a window. And the door. Okay, in a second we should have some oxygen here because I was suffocating already. Can you hear the noise from the outside? Hello everyone who is watching it live. Rogelio, my man, how are you? Amazing content. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Clerk is something like AWS Amplify. Clerk is not like AWS Amplify because Amplify is a full backend. Clerk is just focused on authentication. So you might compare it with Cognito, but it's nothing near that because Cognito is super difficult to work on and like a lot of boilerplate. Like you need to know a lot to use Cognito, but with Clerk, like it's super simple, modern, and made for developers. Hey Vlad, how are you? James is asking, is not just hack still there? Not Just Hack is still there, but we don't plan to organize it very soon. Like if something will change, we'll let you know. Can we watch the video later on YouTube? Yes, the video will remain on YouTube and you can rewatch it. So now you can, if you are not managing to implement everything, you can just watch and then come back to code it yourself. But I highly encourage you to build it yourself, because now we're getting into some fun part. As you saw before, like this is going to look so good. Like it's going to be functional. It's going to be like 99% up until we can upload it to the market. And I cannot wait to get into that small little things like the mini player with bottom accessories and so on. Let me check if I have water. How long are we live already? I cannot see that. Oh, it's for 1 hour. Perfect, 1 hour. And we have already the whole setup. We have authentication. We have our tabs. Perfect. Let's move on. Because we have a lot of plans. The next step is, let me check if I committed everything. Yes, I did. The next step is the podcast index. Podcast index, I was researching like where do I get data about podcasts. One way would be to use the RSS feeds of the podcast, but then you need like a database of all the podcasts. So that's what podcast index is. I discovered it by building this project. It's supposed to be what? It's supposed to be always available for free for any use. So that's cool. It's basically a huge database of a lot of podcasts. We have more than 4 million podcasts with a lot of data and so on. So it is free. It's a huge database, and as I understand, like it serves a lot of other applications that are built for podcasting. So what we're going to do is, the only thing is that you have to, for the API, you're going to create an account. Give me just 1 second. Don't remember my password, to be honest. No idea my password. Oh, but wait. Just sign up there, guys. And how is it called? Podcast. Cannot find the email. 1 second. Maybe use another email. Okay. Here, no. This no. Screen this. No. Anyway, I think I cannot find it, so that means that I'm going to create together with you a new project. So I'm going to go to sign up. I'm going to leave here my email. I'm going to click sign up. I'm going to fill in the very fun CAPTCHA. What do we need to do? Here, oh my god. Drag the missing row to help penguin. Oh, okay. It was just one. I thought like I need all of them to do. Okay. That's interesting. So no Gmail, but if you have like a corporate account, like you should be able to do that. So yeah, that's interesting. Like at the moment, like with Gmail, as you saw, like it was not working. But maybe they will enable later, or you can use like a branded account, like your work email. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I found finally the password. Okay, so this is the dashboard. Super simple. You have one button. You have a plus button. You go ahead, click plus, and here you have a key and the secret. I'm going to copy the key and I'm going to put it inside our env, and I'm going to call Expo public podcast. How did I call it? Podcast index API key is equal to this key, and Expo public podcast index secret key is going to be this one. But make sure that for the secret key, you see this part becomes a comment. We're going to have to put it inside a string. Okay, so now we have a keys. We are ready to open the docs, resources, documentation. And here in the documentation, we're going to see different APIs that we can fetch. For example, we can do what? We can search a podcast by sending a GET request to the /search with a title, an offer, and so on, and we're going to get a response. I'm going to help you navigate this because it might not be like super easy, especially like if working with this kind of APIs is not super straightforward. I'm going to help you step by step. The first thing that I want to do is I want to set up our boilerplate that is going to help us to send requests that are authenticated. For that, I'm not even going to write everything. I'm going to copy paste from the docs this part. I'm going to create a new file called services podcast index ts. I'm going to create in the source a new folder services, and I'm going to create a file podcast index ts. In this file, I'm going to copy paste this part of a code, and I'm going to explain what it does. It helps us send a request to podcast index. I'm going to go ahead and comment out this part. And we need to install Expo Crypto. So let's open a terminal. Let's do npx expo install Expo Crypto. Okay, good. We're going to see if we have access to it in the Expo Go. If not, we're going to have to build our project. So what's happening here? Well, this function is what's happening. First of all, we're taking the API key and secret from our environment variables and make sure that the name here matches this name, and the name secret also matches this name. And it doesn't, you see, for me it doesn't. That means that I had a typo. I will copy this one and I will put it here. And now hopefully they're the same. Then we have this function fetch index. What it does, I'll take it from the bottom. But first, let me show you quickly the documentation for it to make sense. In the documentation, I went first to the authentication details. Here, it explains that sending an API request is easy. Not super easy, but it's okay. It uses Amazon-style authorization. We have to provide 4 headers: user agent, X of date, X of key, and authorization. If we scroll just a little bit down, here is some information about authentication. The user agent is a simple string saying the name of your application so that they can understand where the requests are coming from. This is easy. API key is also easy because you just simply provide there your API key, the one that you have here in the .env API key. X of date is a simple timestamp. That has to be like the current timestamp, because if it is more than 3 minutes older, your request is going to fail. Then the authorization is this is also quite straightforward. The authorization is a little bit more complicated because what it is, this authorization is a hash that we have to generate based on the concatenated API key plus API secret plus the time. And that hash we provided to the to the authorization header. So that's exactly what I did here in this project. I'm sending a fetch to our URL, to our podcast index, with these options that has the authentication. User agent, a simple string, not just podcast, for example. X of date is the time that I'm generating, like I'm getting the current time. This is important. You cannot, because initially I was having it outside and that time was getting outdated very fast. So after 3 minutes, all my requests were failing. I need this time to be inside the function to always get it up to date. The auth key is simply the API key coming from my environment variables. And finally, the authorization is this complex stuff that is a hash we are generating by using the crypto library from Expo Crypto. We're providing the algorithm that we need, SHA-1, and the data to hash is the API key plus API secret plus time. Basically, what we see here in the docs. We need API key plus API secret plus time. And that's it. That's what this function is doing. Then having this function fetch index, we can implement other functions that will be way easier to work with. For example, we can call or we can fetch podcasts./trending by simply calling that fetch index that will append all the authorization. So now our functions that we need to interact with the actual requests are like 2 lines of code. So I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to move it also in this podcast index services file below. This fetch trending is going to send a request to the /podcast/trending. What it will return is, if you go to the documentation, trending, I will go to the trending tab here. So you see documentation about this request. This is what parameters you can send. I didn't send anything yet, but you can filter by language, by category, you can exclude categories, and so on. And in response, you're going to receive this object. One of the properties there is this feeds, which is exactly what we need. It's the list of podcasts, or in a way, feed. The podcast is a feed of episodes, a feed of data. So it will have title, description, and so on. To make our life easier, what I did before the stream is I took this object and I told Cloud Code, hey, generate me a type that will fulfill like this project, this shape. And it did. And I'm going to share that with you. Let's go into the types and create a new file called types index, and let's paste there these two types. That is going to make it 10 times easier for us to work with the API, but also for the Cloud Code or Cursor or any other AI generation code tools. It will make it easier for them to understand what data they're working with. So I'm going to create a folder, types. I'm going to create the index.ts, and I'm going to paste here the two types. One is for the feed, this is a podcast. Another one is for the episode. An episode can have like the date published. It can have the enclosure URL, which is the URL to the media file that we have to play, and so on. Anyway, back to our services, podcast index. I'm gonna go here at the top and I'm going to uncomment these two lines. I will import the episode and the feed from the types. This episode, the feed, we're already using to say that, hey, this fetch trending is going to return a list of feeds. Because that's what we see in the documentation. It will return a list, an object with feeds that is an array of this feed item. Perfect. Let's give it a try and see if we call this function, what data will we receive? For that, I'm going to go into the application, tabs, home, index. This is the home that we see here. We can put here, I don't know, a button imported from React Native with a title, fetch trending. I see here fetch trending. And on press, let's let's add here the const on press. Is going to be an async function from where we're going to call the function that we just implemented called fetch trending from our services podcast index. So let's say, hey, const data equal to await, because it's an asynchronous function, it takes a lot of time. Let's fetch trending and let's do console log data. But this is going to be like a lot, so I usually do json.stringify data null and then 2. This will make it much easier to read in the console. I forgot here to put the arrow. So now, if I open the terminal where I have npm start, and I press C to clear everything, and I press fetch trending, if everything is good, we should see a list of trending feeds or trending podcasts right now. How cool is that? If not, a couple of things to double check is double check your API keys and API secret. If you double check that they are correct here, make sure that in your services podcast index, just do a console log here API key and API secret to make sure that you are getting them here correctly. And another place where it's very useful to check is from the terminal of Expo Start, press J. It should start automatically, but I don't know which one. Let's go iPhone 17 Pro like this. This will open the DevTools. And if I go to the Expo network here and then press fetch trending, It's not here, so I would imagine that it should be the other target. So in Expo Network, if I do fetch, I'll see here the request being sent. And if it's a problem, it's an error, it's going to be with red, and you're going to press on it and you're going to be able to see the preview and the response. This is another way to visualize like what was the response. Feeds, here we have a list of feeds. Perfect, that's amazing. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say git add, git commit -m. Let's do podcast indexed setup and first call. The next step, now we have two things to do. One is going to be to design some UI because we already have some data. And the next one is going to be to properly manage these requests. Here I'm talking about integrating and using Tanstack query to properly send these requests. Which one do you want to do first? Hey Katalin, how are you doing? Do you want to see some UI first? Or Tanstack query? You decide, guys. James is asking, could you consider also doing content about Expo and the latest tools? Maybe, we'll see. Okay, so it's 50-50. The next vote will decide what I'm doing, UI or Tanstack query. It's okay, it's back to 50-50. UI. Okay, let's put some UI here. And no, guys, there is no democracy because I realized that you also wanted to see this project built with native Wind. So before implementing UI, I need to set up native Wind. So that's going to take a bit longer. Tanstack query, on the other hand, is going to be way easier. And it makes more sense. Stick with me. Even though it's not super sexy right now because we don't have a lot of things on the screen, we're working with data. We are nerds here, okay? So we're going to spend 5 minutes to set up Tanstack query, and then querying and managing our remote data is going to be way better. So let's go ahead in our guide and open Tanstack query. Tanstack query, if you don't know, is in the most simple words is a way to manage data that is coming from your server. If you have an API and you're querying it, there are very common problems there, such as caching it or not sending multiple requests in a very short amount of time. This is basically caching, or retrying, or managing loading states, or refetching, or pagination, and so on. So all of this is implemented very nicely in Tanstack query, and it can help us manage this remote data, manage the data that is coming from a server. It really doesn't care like what you have on the server. All it cares about is you providing an asynchronous function to get data, and then it caches the data, and that's it. So let's go ahead. Installing it is also super simple. It's a matter of installing Tanstack query like this. So I'm going to do npm I for install Tanstack query. Then we're going to set up the provider. The provider, if you remember, should happen in the root layout. So what do we need here? We need to import query client from React query, and also the query client provider. Two things. With the first thing, we are where to go. Yeah, no, doesn't matter. The first thing is query client equal new query client. And with the second one is we take query client provider, we go into the root layout where we have other providers, and we render the query client provider like this. And we do client, query client. That's it. That's the whole configuration that we have to do here. And now we are able to use to run queries and mutations. For learning more about queries, you can go here. A query is basically when you get data from the server. We have that already inside our, if I reload, inside our home, in the fetch trending. That's us fetching data from the server. So let's go into the tabs, home, index. And right now, like, we are not doing anything here with errors or with loading states and so on, or with refetching and so on. If you have to do it manually, like, you're going to see that you need a lot of states. With React query, what we need is simply the use query hook that receives an object. And the object needs two things: the key, called query key, and the query function. The query key specifies where to cache data. It should be unique to this data that we're going to receive. In this case, we want the trending, so it makes sense to say that this key is going to be trending. At the moment, we don't have any variables to send to this data, such as trending by country or category and so on. That, like, we put all the trending information in this key. The function that we're going to call is simply fetch trending. That's it. Now we don't need this on button. We don't need the button at all because the query is going to run as soon as we open the home screen. And we're going to get a couple of things here, such as is loading, such as usually data goes first. Is loading and error. These are the three things that in a lot of cases you need. If is loading, meaning that the data is still loading from the server, we could return an activity indicator. Activity indicator is just a spinner. However, if there was an error, we can return here failed to fetch trending. Otherwise, we can go ahead here and render maybe a flat list from React Native where the data is going to be our data.feeds, that's our array, and render item. I'm jumping ahead, but I want to show you like that we already have access to this data. And I will render just a text with the item.title like this. Okay, just like that, we see initially is going to be a loading indicator, which maybe you are going to want to put it into a view to center it on the screen because it might be all the way up top. And then if there would be an error in this query function saying that fetch trending, let's say we misspelled this URL. If I do that and reload, you're going to see loading indicator. It will stay like this for a couple of seconds because it fails first, and then it retries and retries up to 5 times by default, which is built in TanStack query, but you also have a possibility to change these configurations, like how much to retry. And the error is displayed there at the top, but we don't see it because I need to put it in the center. Anyway, I'm going to go back to normal trending, and now we see a list of data, the data that was returned from this query function. While we're still here, I can go ahead and add a small property to this flat list that will fix this issue of text going upwards, and that is something with insets. Content insets, adjustments, behavior, automatic. If I have that, basically the space at the top of the flat list is going to be managed automatically, syncing it with the header. And that should fix this issue of text being rendered behind the header. And right now, if I scroll up, the header goes there and I can scroll nicely. Don't look at, at this, like we're going to implement them in a second. For now, I just wanted to show you how to use this query. And before we move on, this is really optional, but really helpful to debug and understand what's going on in that TanStack, in the cache of a TanStack query. For that, I recommend you installing a DevTool plugin called React Query. DevTool plugin is something from, this is built and managed by the Expo team. So I'm going to just copy paste this install command. And I'm going to show you what it will help you do. And what we need is to call this use React Query Dev tool and send the query client in the component where we have our query client provider. So let's copy this line. Let's go into the layout, into the root layout, where we have our query client. We're going to add here the use React Query Dev tools imported from Dev plugins React Query. Now, I'm not sure if I will have to, but just for sake of it, I'm going to restart the server with npm start. And if you press now Shift clear, if you press now Shift M, you're going to open the DevTools menu. And here, if you scroll down, you're going to see Dev plugins React Query. If you press Enter, a new browser window will open up with information about your cache, your TanStack query cache. Now, if I'm going to reload my application, hopefully it's going to work because I had some issues today with it. For some things it was working fine, for some not. As you can see, our cache contains a new field that has this query hash called trending. And if you open it, you're going to see that it has what? It has these feeds that we are interested in. So you can debug this way data that you have in the cache. Later on is going to be very helpful when we will have details pages with different queries. I'm going to explain how this query hash really works and when it makes sense. So just know that if you need to debug what do you have in the cache, this is where you can do it using the DevTool plugin. And more about like the status, the stale, and so on. This is really like a little bit more advanced, but I highly encourage you to go through the documentation of TanStack query to try to understand all of this, because you can achieve really cool stuff with this, very performant in some cases that otherwise it would be way harder without it. Because with TanStack query, it's really easy to get started. Like it's a couple of minutes, but to master it and to take the most out of it, like There is a lot of things you can adjust based on the queries, based on like how fast your data changes, how often you want to refresh, reload, and so on, to make sure that you're reaching the server like less often, like only when needed. Anyway, that was our setup and configuration for Tanstack query. I'm going to go ahead and do git add git commit -m Tanstack query setup and first query. I will also push the changes. Okay, perfect. Now we are done with Tanstack, right? Set up a client, use query, and also the DevTool plugins. The next step for us is going to be, I'm going to actually add it there, is the native wind. So come on, it should be updated. No? Yeah. The next step, you guys wanted to see us use native wind to style our application. That's what we're going to do. We're going to use native wind. For those of you who don't know about native wind, maybe I'm going to explain it in a second, because I'm going to go ahead and go to the docs, maybe choose v5 and go to the installation. As you can see, the installation is quite tedious, like it requires a lot of things to be changed. However, if you remember us doing and calling npx skills add expo skill, there was one skill called Expo Tailwind Setup. Setup Tailwind CSS v4 in Expo with React Native CSS, and let's select it, press enter, and try to use Claude to follow the instructions, to follow the setup guides. So I have it there. I hope I have it there. Tailwind setup. I'm going to first commit it to have like separate commits for the setup and for the skill. Native wind setup skill. And now I'm going to go into the Claude and come on, wait a second. Let me do Claude. Let's ask, what skills do you have? Let me just double check. Yeah, I have the skills. Use the Expo Tailwind setup and set up Tailwind. And if we look into this Expo Tailwind setup, it's going to be instructions on how to use this. Let's see if it will do that. If you don't have access to things like Claude Code or Cursor, you're going to have to simply follow the installation guide. First step, install native wind, React Native CSS, reanimated, and all of this. You're going to set up Tailwind CSS by running this command. That is going to create some files for you. You're going to also have to create some manual files like post CSS, then the global CSS file in the root directory. Then you're going to have to change the metro config. Then you're going to import the global CSS in your root layout, not in app.js, but in root layout, because that's your entry point in your project. Think about it like that. Then you're going to override the version for Lightning CSS. You're also going to create this file. with this line, and then and only then you're going to have access to class names. You're going to be able to use Tailwind CSS classes to style your components. And for those who don't know about Native Wind brings Tailwind CSS classes to React Native. And if you don't know about Tailwind, long story short, that's a set of pre-built classes that helps us style faster. For example, with just a couple of lines, a couple of class names, we can get really good results in terms of UI. It also supports like things like variables and responsiveness to change things like based on the screen size and so on. So Tailwind CSS is super popular for web, and with Native Wind we get Tailwind CSS in React Native. Native Wind is not the only solution. There is also Unistyles, not Unistyles, UniWind. I didn't try it yet, but it's also bringing Tailwind bindings to React Native. So you can have a look there as well. It's supposed to be faster. Let's see if my Claude saved me 10 minutes of setting everything up and what do you have Claude permissions set to? What do you mean? Let's do yes. I'm going to take a 1 minute break while this is generating. I'm going to be back. Okay, so it said that everything is done here, and we'd have to restart our Metro bundler. Let's stop the server and let's do npx expo npm start -- clear. Native Wind made the following changes to your project. Okay, like, yeah, we have a problem. Cannot find model React Native worklets. It should have installed it. Again, you see, like, I know about that. Let's see. It just has to install this plugin. But I'm going to copy the error, and I'm going to go back to here and saying, hey, cannot find model React Native worklets. Because React Native Reanimated v4 was split, the part of worklets was extracted into a separate component, into a separate library. That's why we need it here. Again, let's go ahead and do npm start clear, reload, and Hope for the best. Native.js logger add listener is not a function. Native.js logger is not a function. That's not ringing any bells. Like, we either have to build a native development client, or I'm going to have to look through what changes they did. In app.json it added expo image. No, it added, yeah, expo image. I don't know why, but okay. Metro config. This one doesn't look very... Let me check the documentation to double check metro config. Is it the same as mine? Get default config from expo metro config with native wind from native wind / metro config equal get default config and modules word with native wind config. It's not I can just simply copy paste it like this, but oh, it kind of worked. What? I will stop again and just to make sure that it's working, and I will reload. Oh, maybe on Android it didn't work. No, it was not working on iOS. Okay, now it works. Let me check if it actually has classes, because now if I go, for example, into our tabs, home, index, where we have this text displaying the title, if I go ahead and say class name, saying text to XL, that should make this text large, but it doesn't. Text red 500, again, it doesn't. ¿Por qué? I don't know. Because maybe it didn't import the globals here, but what? What's all of this? Have a feeling that it wants me to import it from TVVer, but I'm going to go into the metro config, and I will comment out these two lines. I never used them, and if I reload right now, because it was inline variables false and global class name polyfill false, I think global class names should be there. Oh, come on. So the skill didn't work properly. Do you import global CSS? Yeah, I was importing it. In the new native event email requires non-null. Another thing I can do is to delete this metro config, because I have a feeling something is wrong there, and regenerate it from Expo itself. I think I can do that with npx expo customize, and here I can select the files that I want to customize. Maybe the just metro. Let's customize this one. I was thinking maybe change something here, but I don't see this being changed. I will go into the documentation, import the with native wind, add it here, and I think it's just wrapping with native wind around here. I want it faster, but now I'm going to spend 20 minutes on debugging why it's not working. Nice, nice. Guys, let's do it. Let's take the loss and say git stash. I think I will have better git stash -u. I'll do it manually. Maybe I will bring it closer to me so I can follow it faster. Hopefully you can see. And I'm going to go from the top. Install native wind. Let's copy this one. Clear. Installing. Setup Tailwind CSS. This one. Add Tailwind to your post CSS configuration. For that, we need to create this file. Here. And copy this configuration. Create global CSS file. I'm okay with adding it here. I'll add all of these things here. Create or modify metro config. We run npx customize as I was doing before. That will generate this metro config. From here, we import with native wind at the top, and we wrap this here. Import CSS. We need to import the CSS in the root layout, source, up, layout. At the top, we import, and just pay attention that it's one layer up or even two layers up. Global.css, because one layer up is source and one layer up is the root folder. You should not import video service. You should import. Okay, do not import the same file that calls up register component, or your app will not fast refresh properly. Okay. Override Lightning CSS version. In package.json, at the bottom, we add a new property called overrides to specify the version that we want to use. TypeScript error. Okay, for that we create this file. I think it's you can create it anywhere. Maybe even in the types. And copy this here. It should be // like this. Leave it alone. Do not call okay the same. Okay. Try out. Yeah, that's it. Now I need to do what? Git status npm start clear, and see if it works. Cannot find more React Native worklets. Okay, that one here is not documented. Because it says React Native reanimated. It's not documented yet. We will do it manually. We're going to do npx expo install React Native worklets. And React Native worklets should go into React Native worklets. Should be also configured somewhere. I think in Metro or Babel. Installation, we install them. Oh, and I think we're gonna have to pre-build. That was the problem. We need to add them into the Babel config. But maybe only when React Native Community CLI? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe let's not do that and see if it still works. Restart the server. Reload. And hope for the best. Add listener is not a function, it's undefined. Yeah, most probably, guys, this is the moment where we have to create a custom development build. Because first of all, we installed some things that might not be available in Expo Go. Expo Go is I'm going to explain that in a second because we're going to have to wait for a bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do npm, or maybe let's do git add git commit native with setup. And now we're going to create a development build. For that, I'm going to call two things. First is npx expo pre-build. What that is going to do is it's going to look at the configuration. Like, let's think about app.json as a configuration with all the plugins, with all the icons and so on. And it's going to generate the iOS and the Android folder. These are native side projects that you can open by iOS, you can open in Xcode, in Android, you can open in Android Studio. These projects, it's recommended to add them into the git ignore, and I think they are here because we don't want to do manual changes to these projects. These projects will only be managed from our JavaScript side, from our Expo project. And we need to generate them on demand. That's called native CNG, continuous native generation. Okay, after we're done pre-build, that only generates a folder. We actually need to build these projects. For that, I'm going to do npm run iOS. That behind the scenes is going to run expo run iOS. It's going to take this iOS folder and is going to build and run it here on our phone. No longer going to be the Expo Go application. It's going to be a separate project like this one, like Expo Mobile. We're going to see that in a second. It usually takes between 3 to 5 minutes, maybe a bit longer on older machines, or faster if you're lucky on an M5 Apple computer. And for this to be able to build it, you need Xcode. So that's the additional configuration that you need on your machine. You need Xcode to build for iOS, and you need Android Studio to build for Android. If you don't have, let's say you are working on a Windows machine. On a Windows machine, you cannot install Xcode. In that case, the solution is to use EAS, which can help you build these projects in the cloud. Go ahead into EAS, add the build, and here you can run EAS build. I would go through the documentation first because you have to set it up first, like with EAS CLI globally, and then you can generate a build. EAS build platform Android, for example. Native Win doesn't need the development build to work. I know that Native Win doesn't need the development build to work. I'm thinking maybe the worklets need a development build to work. You probably missed something during setup. It's straightforward. Maybe. I can double check that. So we installed everything here. Native Wind. What? Native Wind. Native 5. Reanimated. Maybe I missed some configuration on the reanimated side. This will be in the Babel config, but maybe only one React Native community. Okay. What is the okay, I'm going to sign back in because our build has finished. We need an email code, so I think the easier would be to sign up again. Why it's not working? It's using Expo Go. It shouldn't use Expo Go. I will. Here it says it's using Expo Go when I did start, so I will press S to change to development build. Now what? I'll try to sign up again. For some reason it's not signing up. Is Cloudflare down? Can anyone check if Cloudflare is down? Meanwhile, I will say const is signed in equal true. Yeah, still not working. Oh no, but we didn't have class name. So this is the moment of truth if it's going to work. Text to Excel. Yes, it's working. Font bold. We're going to make it bold or text bold. Yeah, no, font bold. Text gray or neutral. Let's do gray 6500. It's going to do it as gray. P4, it's going to add some padding, and so on and so forth. So now we can style our application, our components using class names, and these class names, we find them in Tailwind CSS. So you go to Tailwind CSS, you search here, I don't know, margin. You find different margin options that you have. You come back and say margin 10. Boom, you have margin 10. Perfect. So it was indeed, I had to rebuild my project, create a native build, no longer in Expo Go. And as you can see, now I'm not longer using Expo Go. I'm using this podcast mobile application because the only dependency that was not supported in Expo Go was the worklets. So that's why we had to go from Expo Go to our own build. And that's totally fine because sooner or later you are going to do that. So this was the moment for us. Perfect. Let's go ahead and double check the changes. Not a lot of things I actually changed. Because right now I'll go ahead and say git status, git add, git commit, dev build. Okay, perfect. Another thing that usually we install when creating a dev build is the dev client, because the thing is that right now, if I press Command D, I think, to open the dev client, it's not there. So it's a bit limited in how we are interacting with application. It's just the application without anything that we are used to when we are working with Expo Go, having this home screen, being able to see like servers and so on. In order to get back this kind of menu, all we have to do is do npx expo install expo dev client. And this expo dev client is going to be that shell around our application for development, for development, like it's going to help us develop easier. And for that you have to rebuild, do again npx expo pre-build, and then npm run iOS. Expo could not be found. Is there like a massive outage, or do I have some issues? Cloudflare status. Oh, I had a typo. Expo pre-build and npm run iOS. Not gonna wait for this. I'm going to move on, and maybe later I'm going to show you what it did. Okay, now we have native Wind. We can go ahead and start building some of our components, right? Oh, let me close the window. I have already enough oxygen. And let's go back to our guide. The first component that we want to build is the feed list item. This one is going to be quite simple. It should show the image of a feed the title, and the offer. What we're going to do is we're going to, for this kind of UI tasks like AI is really good at. So let's go ahead and first, like I will do it step by step. And meanwhile, I'm going to explain. In the tab's home index, right now, I don't want to render the component here, the item of one podcast. I'll say extract the rendering of one item in this file, and I can hover over it and it's going to have access to a separate component inside a new components folder. So now it's going to simply take this text, move it to a new components folder, and there we're going to be able to update it. We can look here at the changes that's going to happen. We see podcast card, and podcast card right now is just rendering the text that was there. It expects the podcast. Oh, that's not how we are using it. I think that's what it was doing before. In our case, it's going to be React Native. Maybe I need to delete a skill. I don't know. So the podcast is coming from the types feed that we defined. So it has all the information about like the podcast, the art, the title, and so on. Now in the home index, instead of rendering something in the list, in the flat list, it renders the podcast card. Cool. Now I can go into the podcast card and say improve, or let me say other thing. Or maybe I will do that manually. I want to render these podcast cards in 2 columns. For that, I'll say to the flat list num columns 2. And I will wrap this podcast card maybe in a view, because I want to also explain you what's happening. So I think by writing and commenting, like it's a bit faster. And this view will have class name flex1. Let's do bg rad. Why it's not changing? Reload. What? View from React Native. Don't like my setup. Come on. Text. It's not adding. I think I had this problem before as well with this view not working properly. Because as you can see, the text class name works properly. I can do here red. I'm lost. What's going on, guys? Reload. Oh, okay. So the text here, gray 500 works, and this view, I just had to restart. And this view also works. It puts them in 2 lines. You don't see that because if I go here and say class name gap 2, maybe not class name, but content container class name gap 2, there is going to be space between the lines. And if I do the same for the content, I forgot what's the other content container class name and the other class name. column wrapper class name, gap2. That's for one column. It's going to add space between them. And if I add here just class name to the whole flat list of p2, it's going to add some padding, or maybe that's going to be here p2. Yeah. So as we can see, now we are rendering the postcards in two columns, and we have some spacing between them. Let's go ahead in the postcard and here, using AI, say improve the style of podcast card, display the image, title, offer, and other important info if needed, based on the type from types. So it's going to look at the type that we have here. It will know what information we have about it, and it's supposed to update this podcast card here. TV could not be found. Oh, I messed up there. It should be React Native. Okay, that's it. We have it. In the index, in the flat list, I'll just remove this background red. And another thing that I'm going to do is, if there is only one item in this row, it's going to be full width. So I'm going to add here max width, 1/2 of the screen. That will say, like, if there is only one item, it's going to be half width. Perfect. Now we have items, the cards here. I don't know if I wanted this style initially because it was more raw in a way, but I don't mind having them like this. What do you say? Podcast card. I didn't have them with background white or shadow. It's okay. I will leave them like this. I really don't mind. Hopefully, because I'm looking at it and I don't really like it. It looks like very card, but update the card to be a bit more minimalistic, Apple style. But it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. What is the tech stack? The tech stack is Expo, Clerk. Yeah, we have it here. Perfect. Maybe the image itself will be rounded not LG, but to XL. Yes, I think that looks better if it's more rounded. Should we make the background of the whole page white? Maybe yes, maybe not. By the way, this problem of the home title not having enough space is only in development. This is a common bug that I was worrying about, but if you build it for production, it's gone and it properly has space there. Okay, so now we have a postcard. We have a podcast card. I will do git add, git commit -m. Maybe I will add more space between them, you know what? In the here, the space, the vertical space is going to be gap 4. No, this is horizontal. This one, gap 4. Yeah. I think that's better. I needed a bit more space. Even gap 6 maybe. Come on. There is no gap 6. Okay. Now it's better. Git add, git commit, podcast card. Okay, here is your podcasts coming from the podcast index. And in this fetch trending, by the way, you can look at the documentation and add something like filtering based on the language or based on the category. So I can add lang, en, here by adding /trending $lang en. If I do that, we should only see podcast in English. If I do yes, we should only see trending podcast in Spanish. Maybe they are in Spanish, I don't know. It doesn't look like Spanish. Romanian. Yeah, it works. These are Romanian. No, these are Spanish. Anyway, I think it's yeah, it was a bit behind. Now if I reload, it should be yes. And for some reason, like, I don't know what's happening there. Let's do en. What's going on? Hello? Anyone has any idea? Don't like it. Maybe it's a bug only here on the front end. Yes, because after there you see, because after reloading, like it's okay, but after hard reloading, if I do refresh, something happens and it puts all of them at the top. Might be only like here, like I don't understand what's happening. So for that reason, we're gonna move on and then like fix it, like if it actually happens later. Okay, perfect. The next step for us is podcast detail page. Let me do git status first. Podcast trending filter by language. Yeah, the next step, when I press on one of these podcasts, I want to go to a page, to the details page of that podcast. Let me explain you how the whole setup works with Expo Router. For that, we need a details page of a podcast, a new screen for that, right? The new screen, it really depends where we create it. It depends like what do we want to see. When we go to the details page, do we want to see the bottom tabs here? If yes, we're going to create it somewhere inside the bottom tabs. For example, inside the home, I'm going to create a new file called id.tsx. Here, I'm going to say export default function podcast details. Return text saying hello. Let's import text from React Native. Now we have a screen. The only thing is that we need to redirect there. When do we want to redirect? Whenever we press on one of these components. So let's open component, podcast card, and wrap it inside the link. Because we want, when we press on the card, to go to the details page. The link needs an href. The href is going to be / something. For example, /home / ID. But what ID? It's going to be the actual podcast.id. And I think it's ID. Yeah, podcast ID. Now this link should be imported from Expo router. If I press on one of these items, we're redirected to the ID there. For us, it worked pretty well, but in some cases, you would want to add as child here because it might mess up, otherwise it might mess up your layout. But if you add as child, it still works. I wasn't expecting it to work, but it still works. Because if it's as child, you need to make sure that this view is a pressable. Because a normal view does not have on press events. And the link, when it's child, needs the child to have on press events. So now it's definitely going to work. But I saw that it's working in our cases as well. So maybe the hard code is something in the background of the link. Okay, anyway. Now we have the details page with this text hello. But how do we know on what podcast did we click in the previous page? Was it this one? Was it this one? Or the other? That is the square brackets and ID here. This is called a path parameter, and this is a dynamic path parameter because the ID is going to be a variable that is going to change. And when we redirect, we're actually sending the ID. On this page, we can get access to this ID using const ID equal use local search params imported from Expo router. To be more specific, you can say that this ID is going to be a string. Now if I say hello and then the ID, like this with brackets, so it's going to show the value of that variable. If I press on it, it's going to be hello and a number. And that number represents the ID of the podcast. What does that help us with? Well, it helps us because if we go into the API docs, under podcast, we can see that there are different ways to fetch a podcast by feed ID, by feed URL, by GUID, and so on. We're interested in by feed ID. So we're going to have to make a request to this URL and send the ID property. Going back, we need to go into the services podcast index and create a new function by duplicating the previous one and saying fetch feed by ID. It's going to return, it's going to need the ID of type, it's actually number, but let's say string for now. It's going to return not a list of feeds. What's going to return? It's going to return a property feed, which is just one feed. So rename from feeds to feed, and it's going to be just one, not an array. And the request is going to go to /podcasts. If you look at the top, oh, where is it? /podcast /by feed ID. So /podcast /by feed ID, and the variable is going to be ID here. So let's say instead of lang, we're going to say ID question mark ID equal, and here with this syntax we're going to insert the dynamic ID that we received there. And then we're going to return the JSON back. Let's go ahead and take this fetch by ID inside our details screen. Let's do import fetch by ID from services podcast index. And we're going to say, hey, const, we're going to use a use query to fetch this ID. It needs a query function. So the query function is going to be, hey, go ahead and fetch the feed by ID, and this is going to be the ID. And the query key is going to be feed, and then we're going to add also the ID in this query key. Maybe in a second I'm going to explain if we have time. But back we're going to receive again data is loading and error. We can work with them. If is loading, return activity indicator. indicator from React Native. If error, return text could not fetch the podcast. Otherwise, we're going to return a text with the data.feed.title. Maybe we can also say, let's say here, const podcast equal data (feed). And here we're going to add if error, or if a podcast is undefined, then like it either not found or error. And here we can easily just say podcast because we already have done checks on this. Podcast.title. Now, if I press on this one, we should see the title of that podcast. If I press on this one, we should see the title of that podcast. And why do we need this ID here in the query key? That you're going to understand if we're going to look, if I'm going to press Shift-M to open the React Query plugin, so that you can see what is the global state here, what is the cache. So the home screen will load the trending. For that, we set the query hash trending. Now, whenever I press on this item, we're saying, hey, go ahead and add a new property in the cache with this group of keys, saying feed, and this is the ID. And if I come back to this one, no, that was a different one. But if I come back to this one, you're not going to add a new one. You're going to simply refetch this one or use the data that was already there. But if I check another one, you actually need a new data in the global cache. So having the ID part of a query hash means that we're not overriding details of a previous podcast that we fetched. We're actually storing it separately in its own place. Make sense? And you're going to see that for example, for the first time when we click on one of the podcasts, we're going to see a loading indicator for a very short time. Like it's very fast right now, but there is a loading indicator. But the second time we do that, there is no loading indicator because the data is already in the cache. Even though like it goes ahead and behind the scenes, it refetches it to make sure that it's up to date, it will first show it from the cache. So your application will feel much faster compared to if you wouldn't use Tansta query otherwise. Anyway, so we have a data here in the details screen. What I can do is I can use Claude. Maybe I can do git add git commit -m fetch podcast by ID. And now having this fetch podcast by ID, I can go ahead and say improve the design and layout of the podcast details screen. I can actually go ahead and drop there an image. For example, I can download or just screenshot this one here. And paste in Claude Code. It will include it here and say, check the image for the reference of the layout. And by the way, we do not have the TV folder. Use the components imported directly from React Native. They support class names. Let's see. Please. While this is doing, I'm going to bring some water and we continue. Okay, I'm back, and here it is. We can go back. Here it is. Everything looks perfect. The header, like there is something stuck there. The loading from Metro, and you cannot see the header fully. But if I go here, yeah, the header is not perfect. I'm going to change it by going into the layout maybe and saying rendering the layout of the home where we have this index, and I will say stack.screen name should match the name of the file, so ID in this case, and options I'll say title empty string, and the header back button display mode minimal, and it's going to just be an icon. Perfect. There is also this line. Is it coming maybe from the stack screen here? What do you think? Can it be fixed with transparent header? True. Yes, it can, but in this case we need to go into the ID and the scroll view. The scroll view will become will need that inset content inset adjustment behavior automatic. So if I go now here, should properly add spacing at the top. If I open this one, yes, perfect. Okay, let's do git status, git add, git commit. Podcast details page header. Okie dokie. Now the next step is going to be the list of episodes. The list of episodes here is on Apple Podcast, how it looks. Here is, in my case, when I implemented it, how it looks. So, look, I can be super lazy and just try to, because it's going to be, the process is going to be the same. We're going to add a function in the service to fetch episodes by podcast, then we're going to fetch them here, we're going to have a couple of components to render them, and that's it. So let me go ahead and copy the image, go into the Claude, and try to create it completely. I'm going to paste the image, and I'm going to say implement the episodes list that will be displayed below the header in the ID file. Stop. Let me do it again. Separate it into two components. Episodes list and episode list item. Fetch the episode lists from this here is doc. So I need to provide the documentation for episodes by feed ID. And let's do enter. I don't have any changes. Let's see if it's going to do it properly. There was an image that I didn't apply second time. I hope it has access to it. Let's see. So it already started working by adding in the podcast index a new function. And as you can see, it's the same function fetch index as I would do it by feed and feed ID. Then it created the feed list item, one of items here. Displayed the, received the episode, displayed the image, and so on and so forth. It has the feed list, which does the query of episodes by feed ID, renders them by mapping, and then inside the ID, inside the detail screen, it just render episode list. Perfect. I'll just try to be closer to my design. I think it's a bit better, or Apple's design, because it's kind of the same. Or maybe even I can say, let's not actually copy Apple. Let's say, why is it text? I can do screenshot here. Update the design of episode list item to match this layout. Okay, that's perfect. Episode list item. This one could have been an for this play icon, use an icon from Expo vector icons. I wanted to see where it takes the image from. Episode image, okay. Look who's here. Say hi. Say hi. You wanna stay here? Okay, dokie. So yeah, we have it nicely. Episodes, a list of them. If I go back to see something else, we have them here. There are quite a lot of them. Perfect. Yeah, I think I like it. So I'm going to go ahead and do git add, git commit, podcast episodes. You saw, once you have a good structure, once you have good like types and ways, like it's so much easier then to keep building your application, because it can look at how you are doing things. For example, I think this function was super easy for the AI because it just looked at the other functions we have. So that's usually how I do. Like, I like to set things up the way I like, and then using AI, it's so much easier to evolve, to add new features and so on. Hello, thank you very much. Someone said that you're cute. You know that? He wants cuddles. All right, what's our next step? We have player. Amazing. The next step for us is going to be the player. What I'm going to do for the player is right away install Expo Audio, because that is the package that we're going to use to play the music. So let's go ahead and do npx expo install Expo Audio. Here we have it. And in the config plugins, and then you're gonna go. I almost dropped him. In the config plugins, I will add this enable background playback. So let me copy this part. Let me go into app.json. And in the plugins, instead of Expo Audio like this, I'm going to do Expo Audio. I don't think I need microphone permissions and background recording because I'm not going to record. I'm only going to enable this background playback. And that will allow us to play the music even if we close the application. Now we're going to have to rebuild to have access to Expo Audio. But before I do that, I'm thinking like what other things we're going to need soon. We are going to need file system. So I'm going to install Expo file system now. Let's run npx expo install file system. Maybe it will save us a bit of time not to rebuild it a couple of times. Yeah, I don't need any changes here. Yeah, maybe it's ready. Or I'll also do npm SQLite. Maybe we're gonna get there as well. So let me install this one as well. Okay, now I can do npx expo pre-build to make sure that we apply these changes to the native side projects, and npm run iOS. This is going to take a bit of time, but we're not going to waste any time because what we're going to do is we're going to create and prepare the page for the player. Let's go ahead and in the source application, we're going to have here source application, a new file called player.tsx. Function player screen. From React Native. Now, when are we going to navigate there? Well, first of all, we're going to have to create a provider that will handle everything related to the player, because we need to access this player from different parts of the application. For example, we're going to be able to play a podcast by pressing this play button and it should start playing. Or by pressing the play button from the episode list. Or later we're going to have a mini player that we need to synchronize with the player on the player page. So applications like this, you don't want to have access to this player only on the player screen. You want to have access mainly throughout the whole application. For that reason, I'm going to go into the source and I'm going to create a new folder, maybe called it providers. I'm going to create here a player provider.tsx. This player provider is going to import a create context from React. We're going to create the player context using create context. It's also going to have a type. So type player context. For now, it's going to be empty. Now I'm going to simply export default function player provider. It's going to return this should be capital, by the way. it will render the player context.provider, and inside this player context provider, it needs value, an object, and inside here we're going to pass down the children that we can get from here, from using props with children property like this, so we can render children here. That means that anything that we're going to pass down this player provider will have access to this player context. And the last step is to go inside the app layout, the root layout, where we have all the providers, to add here the player provider as well. I'm going to add it inside the clerk like this, player provider. The root stack is going to become a child of a player provider, meaning that all the screens is going to have access to this player provider data that we're going to expose here for the value. Okay? Okay. Now our application has finished rebuilding and installing. That means that we can play an episode, right? Let me quickly double check with my preparation to make sure that I'm following like episode. Okay. Okay. So whenever we are going to press on like this play button or on one episode, we want to say that, hey, I want to store what episode we are currently playing. For that, in this player provider, we're going to have the episode that is currently playing and set episode. This is going to basically be normal state, use state. The type is going to be either an episode or null. It's going to start with null. Let's go ahead and expose this episode and set episode here. And you can also provide them in the type. So episode is going to be either episode or null. And set episode is going to be a function where we're going to receive either episode or null. And return void, I think. Okay. Oh, but in this create context, we need to say that this context is of type player, player context, or or null. Initially is going to be null, like this. Finally, I'm going to add a custom hook that will make it. Oh, I was not sharing. Thank you very much for letting me know. So what I was doing here is mainly in the player provider. I added the state episode. I added the type here that will say that this context will have access to the episode and will have access to setting the episode. Setting the episode, it's going to actually be a bit different because it's going to be a set active episode is going to be the function that we're going to expose, because we're going to do a bit more than simply updating the state. So in this function, we're going to call set episode, but not only. So later we're going to add more things here. For example, play audio, right? So this function is going to be what we expose from here, not that direct setter. Okay, as I was saying, the last thing I want in this provider, I mean, we're going to have a lot more things, but for now, is a custom hook. So I'm going to export const, a custom hook called usePlayer, where we are going to say use is going to be a function that will call use context and will provide the player context. So use context from React. So now I can have a shortcut to this context. I need that shortcut, first of all, when we press on one of these episodes or on the play button. So that would be in the components episode list item. We have this view. I'd say, do we do that whenever we press on everything? Maybe only on this pressable. Pressable is something that can have an on press event. And when we press on this play button, what we need to do is we need to call the function setEpisode from our player provider. So in this component, I'm going to say, hey, we have this usePlayer helper, and it gives us access to setEpisode. So we're going to call, when we press on the button, we're going to call setEpisode, and we're going to send the episode that we are rendering. I can also add here like a BG neutral 200 or 300, but it's full width. Justify self start. Yes, and I will add padding too. Maybe border rounded to make it like a button, rounded full. Yep, and 200 may be enough. Perfect. Okay, so now I can press this button and it's something supposed to happen. We don't see anything, but if I go in the player provider and do here console log currently playing, and I will do episode in the logs, I can see if I do this currently playing, and we have data about the episode. If I do another one, we're going to have currently playing this one. So we are correctly setting it here in store. That's good, because what we can do is we can take this episode from the player provider inside the player screen. Well, first, what I want to do is in the episode list item, when we click on play, I will do a proper function here. When we click on play, besides setting the episode, I also want to do router.push towards /player. I want to navigate the user to the player page. I will import router from Expo router at the top. So now, besides setting it in the provider, I'll also navigate to the player. Cool. In the player, we can have access to the episode that is currently playing. Episode using the usePlayer. And I can say, hey, this is going to be episode.title. It's there. Why episode does not player context or null? Because user player. Yeah, I can. The usePlayer, I will add a little bit of logic here to check if a context exists, and that will make it in our player here, episode is there. But there might be time where episode is not there, like we got to this screen for some reason. So what I'm going to do is return redirect to href/home. That's it. If there is no episode, go away. You should not be here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and implement the visual interface of this player. So I'm going to, should it be more like Apple? But it has a lot of things here. But anyway, let's try. I'll simply take a screenshot other than downloading the image. I will first do a git add, git commit -m player context, and I will tell Claude implement the UI of the player screen based on this screenshot. No functionality yet, just UI. Let's see if it's going to do a better job at rendering this screen than me. Oh, it's using some RNC slider, maybe from the Expo UI actually. React Native community slider. Community slider. It's not installed, and I would encourage it to use maybe Expo UI. Expo UI. Expo UI is something super new, but it gives us access to components, and some of them like is what we need here. I don't know, like if it's going to be enough documentation. Or should we just go with this React Native community slider? Let's see what it did. In packages, it did community slider. And probably I have to rebuild. React Native community slider. Let me start rebuilding the project anyway. npx expo prebuild and npm run iOS. Couldn't be npx expo prebuild and npm run iOS. Meanwhile, I'm going to change a little bit the header and stuff like that. For example, in the layout, where we have a player, I will add it here because we don't even have it yet. So the player options, title can be player, but in general, I will say presentation. Can I do a full screen model or something like that? Full screen model. So if I go now, no, player. I'll do like this so you can see it better. How to rock sex, dating, or relationship. Nice. Model. No, something is not working because it's not player. It's not player, it's player. Maybe I need clear. Why it's not applying these options? Title, player, name, player, stack screen, player. Typos. James is asking, could you talk about how long it takes to become this good and how you mastered these concepts and how long it took you to be this good? This is the perfect moment to say that to become this good, you go to notjust.dev/React Native Mastery and you learn everything that I know about building mobile applications with Expo, React Native, Expo Router, TypeScript, Reanimated, Zoost, and Tangstack Query by building 7 different real-world projects. Not some to-do list applications, but real projects. Even a game. You're going to build a game here. Yep, if you're interested, check out notjust.dev/React Native Mastery. But how long it took me? Probably over... I already lost count, like, I don't know, 10 years. So let me check. If I do this. Okay. We have this, perfect. We have this, we have a player at the top. Can I do full screen model? I don't know why the gestures are not working for me on full screen model. Full screen model. Gesture. Vertical. The full screen model for me, I cannot go back from it. So maybe some other contained model, contained transparent form sheet form page transparent model. Don't remember. What do I need here? But I can even do a model. I will do a model, a normal model like this. Let's say change it to light mode. It looks nice, but it's not in sync with everything else that we have here. Okay, now it's better. Nice, perfect. Let's go ahead. So what changes did it do? It installed the community slider for the sliders, and in the player, it rendered the image, the episode, the title, and so on, the sliders, and the icons that we need here. Okay, perfect. I'm going to do git add git commit -m player screen UI. Now we need to actually play the music when we play, right? For that, let's go ahead and look at the documentation of Expo Audio. And here you're going to see some information how to use the player. For example, we can we're going to create this player at the top. Player equal create audio player. The initial value is null, and some options here is, I think it's what? Update, how often it needs to update. Yes. Update interval every 500 milliseconds. Let me go into normal player or player provider. I was not in the right place because this thing should happen in the player provider because we need to play music from anywhere in our application. I might even bring it a little bit closer here. Now when we set active episode URL, we can say player dot, I think it's replace, and we're going to replace the source file that we want to play. And it has a URI, and we're going to take the episodes dot, I think it's the enclosure URL, is the audio file. And we can say player dot play. If everything is fine, if I press now on one of these items,
the Vox Markets podcast.
It worked. It worked. And then the next steps is to what? Expose some, maybe even the whole player to expose here, to be able to pause it from different parts of application and so on. Maybe. Let's say that we are going to expose player as audio player. Let's get it out here. No, just player like this. Now from here.
¿Te vas de vacaciones? Aquí estamos para ayudarte.
I want to be able to pause the player. I don't know where play, right? If I press on this one, on press. For now, I'm going to say player dot pause. But we need to get access to the player from here. Use player, I need access to the actual player. Player.pause. Another thing that in the player provider we need is information about the player, about the status. Use audio player status, right? So this is going to be in the player provider. We're going to get the status of our player. This status is going to contain information about if it's playing, if it's paused, like at what position and so on. So let's also expose this information here as audio status. Audio status. Or let's call it player status. And this player status is going to be status. That means that in the player screen, I can take the status as well, player status, and I can check what icon to show, play or pause, depending on the status. So if player status dot playing, then I'm going to show a pause icon. Otherwise, I'm going to show a play icon. And here I will say the same thing. If player status, if is playing, we're going to pause when we press on this icon. Else, we're going to do player dot play. As simple as that. Let's see if pause and play is working. If I do this, automatically updated. And I can pause it. And I can continue.
Welcome.
Perfect. So this is how I wanted to show you how you can work with it. Look more into the documentation of use Expo Audio to know how you can interact with the player. Pausing, playing, like what information about the status you have and so on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this documentation. I'm going first do a git add, git commit -m, play, pause, audio. And then I'm going to say, Claude, implement the rest of the functionality of managing the audio from the player screen based on the Expo Audio docs here. Daniel, hello, how are you? Give us your top 3 podcasts. We're going to implement search right now in a second. I think we have mini player and then the search. My favorite podcast is, of course, Not Just Podcast, where we're just getting started there, and we're going to bring a lot of interesting mobile developers, indie hackers that will help you build and launch profitable applications. So keep an eye on that. That's it.
To the hypnotist. The show that gives you inside access to cutting edge.
Yeah, volume is working.
Clients facing genuine.
Interesting thing
Seeking
about
is
Dave
working.
It was a big Dave Ellman. She stuttered again.
Moving works.
Yeah, very well read, very knowledgeable, a lot of wisdom
Yeah.
there.
Playback
Always.
rate
I think it was more frustrating for him at the end when
is
he
not
didn't have the
working.
energy
Playback
to-
rate.
When he would try to read, he couldn't keep his mind, focused.
In the player, playback rate. Cycle. Playback rate. Do we have any normal playback speed? Why? Oh, on iOS, it's 0 to up to 2. Yeah. Let's see again. Cannot assign a property playback rate. Which has
Welcome to the hypnotist, the show that gives you inside access to cutting edge hypnosis. diagnosis with real clients facing genuine.
Let's see what Claude is saying. Okay.
Issues brought to you by the hypnotherapist demanded by celebrity CEOs and even royalty.
It works. Amazing.
Adam. These are
So yeah, all the controls here are working. I don't know what this is doing. I don't think it's doing anything. Amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and say git add, git commit player screen controls, git push origin main. Perfect. The next step is the fun one. In the next step, what we're going to do is the mini player, guys. The mini player that will always be displayed here at the bottom near the tabs. On iOS, that's going to happen through a new feature called bottom accessory, part of the native tabs. This is something specific to iOS. So if we go ahead and render these bottom accessories like this in our native tabs. So let's go into the native tabs. Tabs, home, not home, layout. Here we have a native tabs. I'll put it advanced somewhere. Native tabs has a bottom accessory. Here we have a mini player. Maybe I'm not going to say anything like here, but I'm going to implement this as a component saying mini player.tsx. Let's see if it also shows the mini player. The mini player here, it shows, yeah. Let's copy the mini player from here and let's add it in our components mini player. Has some styles. Let's copy the styles. I don't know. Is playing. I'll handle everything here for this. Let's just do for now something like const is playing equal true and const on toggle, something like that, an empty function, just to work. And let's do export default function mini player. I'm gonna go back into the layout, and here I'm going to import this mini player. And what's gonna happen now? Let's see. Look, we see a mini player here at the bottom. How cool is that? What I will do is I will render it conditionally because it will only be there if we have an episode playing or an episode selected in our use player, right? In the provider use player, if we selected an episode, it's going to be there. Otherwise, it's not going to be there. So I'm going to render it conditionally only if the episode is there. So now there is no mini player, but if I go into one episode and play it.
Welcome back to the Limitless AI Roundup. This week, welcome back.
As you can see, now playing here. Perfect. Now going into the mini player, we see, what do we see? We see a couple of things. We're going to improve it in a second, but let me show you what we have here. We have this hook use placement that will tell us whether it's inline or not. And what does that mean? At the moment, this is not inline. This is normal, and it's going to render this full UI, regular placement. However, if in our native tabs we will say hide, or how is it called, hide on scroll, layout, minimize behavior, if we're going to provide here minimize behavior on scroll down to the native tabs, that means that if we're going to scroll, the native tabs will become minimized and the player is going to be displayed in line. So we have access to that here, and we can choose to render something else or adjust our component whether it's in line or not. Perfect. Now, what else can we do here? Well, we can take the player information, we can take the player status, we can take the episode from our use player, right? And with that, we can design a better player. I'm going to take this screenshot. Improve the layout of the mini player based on the provided screenshot. Use actual data from the player and episode. Let's see. Okay, something is happening there. Updated the mini player. The spacing is not like perfect. The spacing of what play? PY. I don't think we need PY. Or maybe it's not PY1. Or maybe no PY. But items center, justify center. No. Let's do PY1, something like that. So I'll zoom in so you can see better. We have this one, it's the name. If I press it, you see it's opening the full player. I can play
The limitless
I can play it from here. I can skip forward.
5-point thing that happened, you get it every day.
Perfect. It's working. And if I change to something else, yeah, the mini player is not perfect. I think, you know what? I'm going to delete this part from here, because in the mini player, I will simply, as you can see here, the only difference is that we don't have two buttons, we only have one button. So I will go to the play forward and only display it if it's not in the mini player. Placement. If it's not something, I will render. And what's the placement? Regular or inline? Or let's do if it's regular, I will display this play forward. So if it's regular, it displays two buttons. Here it displays only one button. Can I do like this full black, dim gray? I think it's going to be better. I don't like pure black colors. Perfect. Amazing. How beautiful is that? And by the way, I don't think this is going to work on Android. I'm really curious what's going to happen. But on Android, you're going to have to render it a bit differently. That's the only thing. Manually, I mean. I'll probably have to do npm run Android to rebuild it. But meanwhile, I'm going to do a git status mini player. Is it going to also work in background?
So it reflects not just our behavior, but a lot of the broader
No, it's not working in the background.
public.
To make it work in the background, what you're going to want to do is in the player provider, when we do replace, we need to also say something about background. Here, set audio mode async. Yeah, I think this is the use effect that we need. So in the player provider, here, we need a use effect that will call set audio mode async imported from Expo Audio. And here we'll say play in silent mode true, should play in background true, and interruption do not mix. Meaning that if other applications are playing music, they should stop if we are starting a music here. What's the dim gray here doing? So right now, if I go here, play an episode, it works. I can confirm that it plays in the background as well. And another thing is that audio background. There is another cool thing, but it didn't work for me. Figure out the mode for recording. Oh, here, enable lock screen controls requires on Android for sustained background playground. I would also want to show this on the home screen in the player, on the lock screen, but it didn't work for me. So let's try it together. It should be this call, set active for lock screen. When we handle play, before we call play. So before we call play, we should set the title, artist, album title, and so on, so that it also is available on the home screen. So if I do play, come on, it doesn't want to play. Is it failing something, or it's not loaded?
It's the growler.
So nothing is on the home screen, you see? Maybe in production it would work, but I would expect like controls here, native controls. So you would adjust it with like episode title, artist, episode artist, and so on. I will leave it like this. Adjust with actual data for you to adjust, like if it works in production. For me, something is not working, so that's why I don't have time to debug it. Again, maybe it will work like once we build it. Perfect. This one was git commit play in background. Awesome. Let's move on. The next step for us, we are done with a mini player. We're done with the actual player. The next step is the search tab. The search tab, we can add it as a new tab here. Let me maybe duplicate new and do search. Search index search, and in the layout of the native tabs I will do the last one here called search. And I think the role, if you'd add it as search, it's going to appear on the right here. You see? For the icon, what icon did I provide there? Search. Magnifying glass. Library books. I don't know what icon to add here. Search, maybe. So we have a magnifying glass here. Just by adding the role search, it's going to be separated a little bit from the other tabs. And when we scroll, and another cool thing is that the player is going to be in between them.
All right, welcome listeners to episode 130.
So if we scroll, the player is going to be right in between them. How cool is that? While we're here on the native tab, we can also say tint, right? Tint color purple. Like you can find a better purple, but you get the point. You can adjust the tint color of these icons. Magenta. Oh, not perfect, but you get the point. Okay, when we are on the search page, here, we can also adjust some of the things when it comes to the search tab bar. So in the search index, this is what I'm looking for. We want to render in the search index on this page. We want to render a component called stack search bar. This is going to actually display the search bar here. With the placement automatic, you can put top, bottom, and so on. The placeholder search podcast, for example. Hide the navigation bar false, because by default it's going to hide the bar. And on change text, like when we write something, we need to store it in the const search term, set search term, use state. It's going to be a string. Now this search term can be used to actually search the podcast index. I'm going to do git add, git commit search page. And I'm going to tell Claude, hey, go ahead and search by, where is it? Search podcast by term. Implement the search functionality by fetching this one. Let's see what's going to do. Because it simply has to add a new function in our services that will interact with the API. Finally, someone streaming React Native. Yes, let's go. Here, search your favorite shows. If I say not just, we have it here. That's what I was saying, like that for some reason, where is it? In the index, where we have this flat list, where we render the podcast card, it's good to say max with 1.5, because if it's only one item on the screen, we don't want it to take full width. Okay, perfect. It's working. It seems like it's working. The only thing is that with this approach, I'm going to show you a small problem. I'm going to open the dev plugins and I'm going to reload the application. Come on. So I'm going to go into the search. And what's going to happen if I start searching not just? You see, we have so many requests to the backend and so many cache for every single letter that I typed. We are doing a request to the server. That's not very good. And you can get not banned, but limited by the API if you're doing so many requests in a row. To solve this problem, there is a process called debouncing, meaning limiting how often do you send requests. And debouncing, we are going to use, you can implement it yourself, but I will use debounce from use debounce hook. I'll install it like this. Not here, here. And I'll tell Claude debounce. Maybe I will implement it myself. In the search screen, I will say const debounced search term. I will create a new variable that is going to be debounced. The value is going to be search term, but it's only going to update. What's the documentation? Delay, right? The delay every 1 second. And we're going to use this term when searching. Now, if I look at the logs here, let's try to reload. We're going to type not just, and you're going to see that it only fires after 1 second has passed. And if I go back again, not just, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, it works perfectly. Something wrong. Something definitely wrong here. Anyway, the search is implemented and it will still work as it was working before. I can press on it. It's going to go there and I can start playing it. So here is the search. Git add git commit -m search functionality. Are you using VS Code? No, I'm using Cursor, but it's kind of the same VS Code. It's a fork of VS Code. Okay, what's going on? What else I wanted to implement? Offline mode. That's a cool thing about podcasting, and this is a feature that I might not have implemented in a lot of projects, but a lot of you guys wanted to see. How would you download content and play it offline? In our case, there are a couple of things that we have to take into consideration when implementing offline mode. We need to allow users to download episode. Basically the MP3 file, the audio file, we need to download it, and we're going to do that with Expo file system. We need to also persist data locally, such as which episodes did we download. We need to persist it locally because we are not going to have access to the internet in offline mode to be able to fetch it from somewhere. For that, we are going to use Zustand with a persistent layer. And then we need to enable offline mode with Clerk. So when it comes to Clerk, it's going to be super simple because there is documentation. As I was seeing that in Expo, it's still experimental. So I would encourage you checking the documentation before implementing it in your case. But what I have to do is I'll have to install Expo Secure Store, which I already have. I have to import resource cache and provide it here to the experimental. I already have done it here in the Notion guide, so I will copy it. In the app layout, where we are importing token cache, below it I will also import the resource cache. And I will give it to the experimental resource cache. That means that when we open the application without internet, where is Clerk? Here. That means that when we open the application without internet, by default, like Clerk is going to try to fetch information about is this user a real user? Is he authenticated or not? So without internet, it's not going to be possible to do that. So what it's going to do is it's going to cache this information locally. So if you previously have been authenticated, it's going to consider that you're authenticated with the same user later. So that's what this is going to do and will allow us to implement. For some reason, I disable it for a second, but we're going to check that if it's working. Let's check if it's working right now. Sign in. I think with the same account it's not going to be possible because it's a different account and I need a verification code. I can do the verification code. I can do that. 826597. Verify. Good. So it's working. Yeah. I'm going to do git add, git commit, add offline support to Clerk. The next step is going to be downloading the files. We're going to do that with Expo file system. With Expo file system, which we already have installed. Package.json, if we look, Expo file system, it's not here. I thought we installed it. Okay, we're going to have to install it. So let's go ahead and go to Expo file system documentation, copy this one, install it, and we're gonna have to rebuild. No other way. npx expo pre-build and npm run iOS. I need a short break and I'll be back once this is finished. Okay, it's still compiling. But I can already tell Claude to start to implement the feature. I don't see any changes. Is it again? Oh, maybe it was implemented. Oh, yeah, it was. I just had a typo here. Okay, let me tell Claude that add the possibility to download the podcast episode audio file locally to the file system. If it is available in the file system, play it from there instead of using the remote URL. Add the download button in the player screen. Make sure to use the latest version of Expo file system, and I can even give it a documentation, because if you don't say this, like, it's going to use the old version. And let's see what it's going to do with this prompt. If you do not see it fully, like this is the prompt that I gave. Let me maybe copy it. Can I copy it? And I will add it to the guide, so you can also do that. Okay, so what did it do? In the player, it added a service download episode, delete episode, download, get local episode path. Okay, is downloaded it. Okay, use state episode get. Oh, is downloading and is downloaded. Okay, and it added probably a button or something. Okay, that makes sense. Now in the player provider, when we start playing, it's going to check, hey, if there is a local path, play that instead of going to the enclosure. And in the downloads, what it has, like download episode that is creating the directory, creating a file, and then downloading that file there and deleting. Like nothing crazy. Like it's quite straightforward. Let's check if it's going to work. I'm gonna go to, no, let's search notjust. If I go here,
What's up, Not?
where is going to be the download button? Do you know? I don't see it. Maybe I need to refresh. Because in the player screen, there should be, instead of ellipsis horizontal, here a download button. How to get rid of this cog? I don't really like it. Tools button. Okay. So let's go ahead.
What's up, Node.js developer?
If I press this one, it's going to load and it's going to download in the local file system. Perfect, it's there. Now if I close and open again, search for notjust. If I will go to this one, it's not downloaded.
What's up, Node.js?
This one,
What's up, Node.js
it is. And it's supposed to play local.
developers? Welcome back to a new.
That's cool. That's amazing. The thing is that now we have the second feature of downloading. So I'm going to do git add git commit -m to download episode. The only problem is that if we're not going to have internet, we're not going to be able to go to search and search notjust.dev because this is doing request to the server. We need to save this information somewhere in the library saying that this episode was downloaded. So that's another part of our strategy for offline. First, we need the file, but then we need the data. The data is also important to be stored and persisted offline because we're not going to have access to the internet. So for the local data, what we're going to use is Zustand, which is a global state manager with a persistence layer. We can go ahead and maybe use this one. It has add download. It manages the episodes that were downloaded. So it has a function to add a download episode to a list, remove it, check if it's downloaded or not, and that's it. And it also is a persistent store, storing it in the Expo SQLite key value store. So let's go ahead and create this new file. I will copy the name. I'll go into the source folders, create a new folder, stores, and this use downloads store. This is for local data. So when it comes to remote data, we are using Tanstack query to fetch it. When it comes to local data, we are using a global state provider like Zustand and persist it. Now that we have this, let's also tell Claude use the use download store. Come on, use download store to manage data, to manage local data about the downloaded episodes. Add a new subpage in the library that will display a list of downloaded episodes. So we need to make sure that when we press download here, we also add it to our local store saying that, hey, this episode is downloaded. And in the library, we want to add a list of downloaded episodes. That is going to allow us to use this application in offline mode as well. Let's see what's going on. yeah, in the player screen, it also calls the downloaded store when we press to download. The layout of the library, it has downloads. In the library screen, it has an icon to go to the downloads. The player provider, it checks if it's downloaded or not. So let's reload. I want it on iOS, come on. Import meta is not supported in Hermes. Enable stable transform import meta and Babel presets. Redux DevTools. Did they have it before? Where is it coming from? Zustand? Middleware? Let's see if that's going to fix. Enable this in Babel presets Expo. Babel. I'm going to add this. A new file, babel.config.js. I'm going to add this one here. Let's try to restart clear. Still the same. Make sure with background presets are defined as dependencies. Oh, I think this one plugin. I think this should be installed. npm install. Maybe save dev. And cannot find module Babel preset Expo. This as well. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So npm install Babel preset Expo. Reload. Or maybe I need to restart. What am I doing wrong? It's not supported in Expo. Did I have Hermes v1 before? Zustand 5. In our case, we have Zustand. Oh, we don't even have it, right? What? Did we? Yeah, I think we forgot to install Zustand. And for some reason, like, the error messages were not super helpful. Okay, now it works. So now in the library, we should have downloads, and it's not visible because I'm going to go into the tabs, library layout, and no, in the index. And instead of a view, I'm going to render here a scroll view imported from React Native, and I will have that like property inset. How is it called? Inset content inset adjustment behavior automatic. Come here. No, go to the library. Downloads, we see two downloaded episodes. If I'm going to go ahead and say not just, and go here, say that, hey, I want to download this one.
What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to a new episode.
It failed, maybe because it was already downloaded. If I'm gonna go
What's
to
up,
this one,
Notjust developers?
could not download the episode. What changed? Maybe I don't need anything that I added here with Babel config. Okay. So now what? If I go to
Greenlight helps kids learn.
let's double check the player screen. The player screen, there is this button. Episode info. And then there is this pressable that shows the icons. Okay, when I press on it, it says if it's downloading, return. If it's downloaded, remove. Otherwise, set is downloading, local URI download episode. Let's do console log error here, because it's most probably from here. Download already exists. File, data, application, documents, episodes already exists. Okay, I know. Because in the services downloads, most probably I will say in this file, if the downloads dir already exists, don't create it again, because it raises an error. So it was trying to recreate the same folder again and again, and apparently it fails if it already exists. So it will check. If it doesn't exist, it will create it. Now, if I do download, it's downloading. It should add to the local store. That local store should power the library. It will appear here. Maybe I will delete a couple of them because it might be from the previous stuff. Now, if I will go here and say download again, perfect. It's here. And I can press on it. Is anything gonna happen? Let me play another episode. And if I go to library and this one, no, nothing happens. In the library downloads, when I press, I want to play and open the player. Share the podcast API link with us. The API link it should be here in the guide, and the guide you can find in the description below. And you're going to get to this podcast index, podcastindex.org. So now here, if I press now, nothing is still happening. Now update the downloads screen to play on press. Player need. Something is not currently playing undefined. Oh, maybe I need to recreate it because it might have changed something. For example, now if I will true crime, if I go here and say download, and if I close the application and open it again, go to library downloads and play it, it plays. And it's supposed to, it plays from locally. It's implemented here in the downloads. We have everything here. Perfect, amazing. And it should also work when we are offline, because this file is stored both as data in a Zust and persisted store, and the audio file is stored in the file system. We downloaded it with the Expo file system on the documents directory. So I'm going to go ahead and do git add, git commit persisted data store for downloaded episodes. It's hard to test on the simulator. I might run on my physical device. npx expo run iOS. Help. Do I have help here? I need it in release mode, because as soon as I scheme here, device, I need it for the production, for release mode, because I will have to turn off the internet on my phone, and in that case it's not going to be able to connect to the development server. So it should be for production. I'm going to try that. Meanwhile, I might debug it on Android, because on Android, here I'm going to select my iPhone. I don't know why 4 arguments was expected, but 3 was expected. Player provider. What's wrong here with Android? What is this? No. The player provider. So building it for iOS and want to also test it for Android. It's loading. Come on. Podcast mobile. Okay, let's go ahead and sign in. Verification code. Okay, here we are on the home screen. Even on Android, like there is something going on there with the styles, right? But I can go into the search. Canvas trying to use a recycle bitmap, graphics bitmap. What are you talking about? Okay, library, good. Can I play? Yeah, the player, as you can see, is not visible there, but you can add like a separate component that will display it there. What I want to test is downloading. Okay, it was downloaded. If I go here to library, I have it. And also, I think for Android, I can test no internet connection. How do I do that? If I disconnect Wi-Fi, I think that's actually going to work. If I come here, maybe I need to close it completely, and open it again. How does it remember that I was there? Yeah, in this case, it also will not be able to connect to my local runtime. But what if I connect an internet? Connect here, load the JavaScript bundle, but then disconnect from the internet. Now I can try to load something, but it's not going to happen because it's over the internet and we don't have internet. But I should be able to go to the library, downloads, and play something that I downloaded before. And indeed, that's what's happening. Perfect. Amazing. So that means that offline support works properly, and I have it here on my physical device on iOS, which I'll double check if it's working, but I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, it's there. Oh, I will check if on production we have the same bug. Vadim. Give me just 1 second. Continue. Verification code. Here it comes. Yeah, the bug is also in production, you know what? With this UI, broken UI. I will simply test downloading an offline, actually testing it. I will simply close the app, turn on flight mode, open the app again. I go to the home screen, I don't see anything. But if I go to library downloads, I have it. Amazing. So that means that the only thing left is this is actually a bug. The display. So if I go into the tabs, home, index, we have here these two. If I remove them, no. Render item, number of columns. It's definitely because of a number of columns, but how? It's not because of number of columns. Maybe flat list, not imported from where? I don't know. Key item.id. So with key item.id, no, it didn't work. Class name, flex1. Is it because of content inset adjustment? No. Can it be something inside the postcard if instead of this I'm going to render height 44 BG red and reload, because that's when the problem appears. Okay, so you see the problem is with podcast card. Because otherwise it's okay. That's good. If we go in podcast card, I'm thinking maybe the link, so I can comment it out or remove it completely and reload. No, it's not the link. The full, maybe the image, the full, because if this would be height 48, for example, reload, no. Height 60. I'm think like some calculation is not proper. No, it's not even here. BG red 300. Border, and if I reload, see the height, and if I remove a link and reload, still, what? If it's a view, it's gonna do the same. So is this flex one? Yeah, it's the flex one. Oh my god, why? Why and where and how? I'm going to go back. And I'm going to say remove flex one from here. Yes, it's solved. That's super weird. But it works. So that's what's most important for things to work. And this home, as I was saying, the padding on the application itself it works properly. So don't you worry about that. It has proper spacing. Let me check git status. Git add, git commit, fix. Did I mess up something? No, I don't think so. Fix rendering issue. Push origin main. And with that, guys, we have completed this amazing project. Oh my God. That is so much fun to put together. That is so much fun to build here with you guys. And we've done an amazing, like it's crazy how much we implemented in this project. Let me quickly do a short demo. But if you implemented it yourself, congratulations. That means that you have a lot of dedication to this, because a lot of people will give up after like 10 minutes. A lot of people will either just watch it in the background, but if you actually implemented it, kudos to you. Good job, and I'm really, really happy and proud of you. In today's video, we implemented a fully working podcasting application with a couple of more additional features. You can go ahead and put it on the market. On the home screen, we're fetching the trending podcasts from the podcast index API. We can go ahead, see more information about the podcast, look at their episodes, and we can play them. We can play in a nice player here. We can download and listen to them offline later. We can see the library with downloads. We can search for your favorite podcast, like Not Just Podcast, for example. Here it is. And yeah, that's what we've done today. I hope you enjoyed, guys, and if you did, make sure to leave a like, leave a comment, what other projects you'd like me to build. And huge shout out and thank you to Clerk for making this tutorial possible. You saw how easy it was to implement authentication with Clerk. It's so as easy as you saw it today to scale it and to grow without ever having to worry about the security of your application. Because in the time when we are using AI and vibe coding a lot, it's really important that we take extra cautious on the security of our projects, making sure that everything is nicely secure. And with Cleric, that is easier than ever, so you don't have to spend months learning and implementing a secure authentication system. You can use Cleric and get there in days. Thank you very much, Clerk, for making this possible. And thank you everyone who watched this live till the end. You guys are crazy. It's 5 hours. I don't have a voice anymore, but I'm super happy to be back with such a huge project. So thank you very much, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.